Here, we develop shapers of the world, innovators, visionaries, and effective leaders. This is where we transform you. A leading university founded by a leader, established through the ideals of former President Jose P. Laurel, succeeded by the principles of Dr. Sotero H. Laurel. A university proud of its long and rich tradition of academic excellence.
Here in LPU, we don't only get a chance to learn by book. Through the interactive activities provided by the administration, we get to apply learning to real-life problems through research, internship, and cultural exchange programs.
choose LPU because of the greatness of its facilities. We have actual hotels and as well as simulated hotels located in our own campus. We also have Culinary Institute where we could attain real-world skills.
We have advanced facilities such as mass communication studio, recording studio, and Mac laboratories. Most especially in my course, I really enjoyed it because we are learning while using modern technologies. We are learning using advanced facilities.
LPU カビテの整備はとても整っていて、スタッフの皆さんはとても親切です。
The activities that I enjoy most here in LPU is doing extension services, going to different communities and teaching kids or students, young students, the proper dental hygiene. And that made me realize that LPU doesn't only develop us academically, but it also teaches us to become good people as well.
LPU prepare us mentally, emotionally, and physically for the career world. And also, I chose LPU because I was impressed by its performance in the national licensure exams.
Choose LPU.
Choose LPU.
Choose LPU.
Choose LPU. You will never go wrong.
LPU offers endless possibilities.
LPU is a fun place to stay.
We innovate, we envision, and we are born leaders.
Here in LPU.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat, sa mga mag-aaral, kawani ng pamahalaan, maging ng mga pribadong sektor, pagbati. Ako si Nico J. V. Ramos, guro sa Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, ang inyong tagapagpadaloy ngayong hapon. Malugod namin kayong binabati sa ikalawang webinar ng Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, webinar series sa na nagsimula noong ika-19 ng Hunyo na tumalakay sa paksang COVID-19 and Good Governance, Best Practices in Response to the Pandemic. Pagbati sa ngayong Ibáyo, webinar hinggil sa Engkuwentro at Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at Nagtutunggaling Pananaw sa Kasaysayang Pilipino. Ang webinar na ito ay partisipasyon ng DSSLM, ng College of Arts and Sciences ng Lyceum of the Philippines University, kasama ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts or NCCA na lubos naming pinasasalamatan para sa suporta sa ating mga tagapagsalita. Paalala lamang sa lahat, ang privacy policy ay nasa chat box na. Ang webinar na ito ay recorded para sa mga layuning dokumentasyon. Naka-live din ito sa ating Facebook page ng LPU Manila, College of Arts and Sciences, na ibinabahagi rin ng Lyceum of the Philippines University Manila Facebook page. Kung mayroon kayong pagkabahala hinggil dito, mangyaring magmensahe sa privacy.manila@lpu.edu.ph. Again, kung meron kayong pagkabahala hinggil dito, mangyaring magmensahe sa privacy.manila@lpu.edu.ph. Muli, pagbati sa Ibáyo, webinar hinggil sa Engkuwentro at Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at Nagtutunggaling Pananaw sa Kasaysayang Pilipino. Partisipasyon ng DSSLM, ng LPU Manila kasama ng NCCA para sa ika-75 taon ng paglaya ng Pilipinas mula sa okupasyong Amerikano at makasaysayang taon ng 2021. Bago ang lahat, simulan natin ito sa panalangin na pangungunahan ni Ginoong Nestor Velasco, guro sa Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Para umpisahan ang ating webinar, no? Pangungunahan ni Ginoong Nestor Velasco ang panalangin. Magkakaroon muna tayo ng pambansang awit. Okay, sorry, nalilito na ako. Tao lang din ako, no? Simulan natin ito sa panalangin na pangunahan ni Ginoong Nestor Velasco, guro sa DSSLM, na susundan ng pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Aming Diyos, pinupuri ka namin at pinasasalamatan sa araw na ito. Salamat sa buhay na iyong pinagkaloob sa amin. Salamat sa pag-asang ipinadarama mo sa amin. Panginoon, inihiling po namin na gabayan mo ang webinar na ito. Basbasan mo rin po ang mga speaker na harap sa amin upang may bahagi nila ng maayos ang kanilang kaalaman. Maging ang mga guro na narito ngayon, naway punuin mo ng kaalamang makakatulong sa kanilang mag-aaral. Gayon din ang mga committee, naway magampanan nila ang kanilang tungkulin na may kababaang loob. Mahabaging Diyos, tulungan mo po kaming mga naririto ngayon na yakapin ang kaalamang ilalatag sa aming harapan. Alam po namin hindi madali ang lahat, ngunit sa awa at tulong mo ay makakaya namin ito. Salamat Panginoon sa walang pagmamahal sa amin. Kaya't ang lahat ng papuri at pasasalamat ay tangi lamang sa iyo, Panginoon, sa dakilang pangalan mo, Jesus. Amen.
sumisilip sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit manuhaw. Manila ang tumatawid sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isa ng walang ako'y tagumpay na naglilibig. Ang bituin at nakakayang pangay magdidilig. Lumaray natin ang sinta, lumaray namin sa linggo. Ang ligaya ang may malaki, ang halagay ng bayan sa
Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat at sa ating technical. Bago ang lahat, simulan natin ito sa pagbibigay ng panimulang pananalita. Tinatawagan ko ang tagapangulo ng aming kagawaran, Dr. Abigail F. Carlos. Dr. Abby.
Isang mapagpalayang hapon sa lahat, higit lalo sa mga natatanging panauhing tagapagsalita sa buong kaguruan ng kagawaran, mga mag-aaral, at sa mga panauhin na kasubaybay sa oras na ito sa pamamagitan ng mga FB local pages. Bilang panimula, taus-pusong pasasalamat sa patuloy ninyong pangkiisa hanggang sa ikatlong serye ng webinar sa araw na ito na pinamagatang Ibáyo, webinar hinggil sa Engkuwentro at Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at Nagtutunggaling ang Pananaw sa Kasaysayang Pilipino na inisyatibo ng kaguruan ng Social Science and Legal Management Department na pinangunahan ni Ginoong Nico J. Ramos at Dr. Angelita Damibig. Ito'y naisakatuparan din dahil sa suporta ng College of Arts and Sciences sa pamumuno ni Dean Joseph Francisco at sa pakikipagtulungan ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Bago matapos ang ikalawang semestre at bilang pakikisa sa selebrasyon ng ika-160 kaarawan ng ating bayaning si Dr. Jose Rizal, nais namin kayong muling anyayahan sa ika-10 ng Hulyo para sa huling webinar na pinamagatang Talas at Talab sa Pagpapalaya sa Haraya ni Dr. Jose P. Rizal. Ayon kay Ginoong Agit Ocampo, isa sa batikang historiador ng bansa at dating chairman ng National Historical Commission, ang history o sa Filipino ay kasaysayan ay sinasabing nag-ugat sa dalawang salita. Una, ang salitang salaysay o narrative o story, at ang ikalawa ay saysay o meaning sa Ingles. Sa makatwid, ang kasaysayan ay disiplinang nagsasalaysay sa mga pangyayari ng nakaraan at itinuturing na makabuluhan para sa isang grupo o komunidad ng isang lugar sa partikular na panahon. Kung kaya, ang dalawang elementong ito, ang salaysay at saysay, ay napakahalagang tukdin upang pagbatayan ng isang tunay at kapanipaniwalang kasaysayan sa isang bansa. Dito'y binabatay ng mga guro, scholar, historiador, at mga mananaliksik upang makapagbahagi ng isang tiyak, maaasahan, at kapanipaniwalang pangyayari sa nakaraan na siyang makapaglalarawan ng tunay na pagkakakilanlan ng isang bansa. Higit sa ano paman, ang pinakamasidhing layunin ay ang pagpapaunlad ng nasyonalismo at pamana ng kasaysayang Pilipino, lalo na sa mga kabataan ng kasalukuyang henerasyon. Hindi dito nalalayo ang intensyon ng programang ito ng pamantasan at ng kagawaran ang patuloy na maging lundayan ng nasyonalismo at magkaroon ng partisipasyon sa makasaysayang taong ito ng 2021. Kung kaya kaliwat kanan ng mga komperensya at online public lectures. Kailan lang nga ay ginamita ang ika-500 taon ng pagtatagpo ng dating Pilipino-Espanyol sa pangunguna ng National Quinquennial Commission. Sentro dito ang victory at Mactan noong ika-27 ng Abril bilang isang kasaysayang pangyayari kung kailan na ipakita ang pagtugon ng mga unang Pilipino laban sa kolonyalismo at puwersang dayuhan. Gayon din ang pagkilala sa Kristyanismo sa bansa at ang pagiging bahagi din ng bansa sa unang sirkumnabigasyon ng daigdig. At bukas, ika-4 ng Hulyo, ay ang pag-alaala sa ika-75 taon sa makasaysayang paglaya ng Pilipinas mula sa mga Amerikano. Dito ang tatalakaying dalawang tema na kaugnay ng paggunita sa dalawang pagdiriwang ng taong ito. Ang mga nagtutunggaliang pananaw at ang Engkuwentro at Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano. At sa puntong ito, marapati na ilaan ko ito sa 4 na panauhing tagapagsalita na kilala at eksperto sa kani-kanilang mga paksain na tatalakayin. Sa layong makapagbigay daan para sa malayang pamamahayag batay sa mga kinikilala at pinagkasundo ang katotohanan, dalangin na ang webinar na ito ay mag-iwan ng mas malalim, kaliwanagan at pagpapahalaga sa tunay na kasaysayan ng ating bansa. Muli po, maraming salamat sa inyong partisipasyon.
Maraming salamat, Dr. Carlos. Tunay nga ang webinar na ito ay napapanahon lalo't maraming pagdiriwang ang mayroon sa taong ito, 2021. Nariyan ang pagdiriwang ng ika-500 taon ng iba't ibang engkuwentro sa pagitan ng mga dating Pilipino at Espanyol, gaya nga po ng sinabi ninyo, Dr. Carlos, at gaya ng pagkapanalo ni Lapu-Lapu sa Mactan o Victory at Mactan at bahagi ng Pilipinas sa sirkumnabigasyon ng daigdig. Gayun din, bukas ay pagdiriwang natin ang ika-75 taon ng paglaya ng Pilipinas mula sa mga Amerikano. Alam kong nasasabik na kayo para sa informatibong webinar na ito upang ipakilala sa atin ang unang tagapagsalita. Narito si Ginoong Joseph Donggel, kapwa guro sa Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Ginoong Donggel.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Nico Ramos. So, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Bagamat maulan po ngayong hapon na to, ako po yung umaasa na bumabaha pa rin po ng biyaya sa atin po mga tahanan. So ngayon po ako ay naatasan upang ipakilala ang ating kapitapitagang unang tagapagsalita. Ang ating pong unang tagapagsalita ay nakapagtapos ng kanyang bachelor's degree, major in history sa Universidad ng Santo Tomas noong 2018. Siya rin ay kasalukuyang nag-aaral para sa kanyang master's degree, major in history sa Universidad ng Pilipinas. Abala rin ang ating tagapagsalita sa pananaliksik tungkol sa kasaysayan ng politika at ng saligang batas ng ating bansa, at siya rin ay gumagawa ng pagsasaliksik para sa kasaysayang lokal ng siyudad ng Caloocan. So, sa taong ito, ang ating tagapagsalita ay nagsaliksik din ukol sa mga natitirang delegado ng 1971 Constitutional Convention para na rin sa pagdiriwang ng ika-50 anibersaryo ng pagkakagawa nito. So, siya rin ay gumagawa ng pananaliksik para sa Bayani Kisan Research Foundation at tumatayo din bilang sekretary ng Caloocan Historical and Cultural Studies Association. So, hindi ko napapatagalin pa, akin pong malugod na ipinakikilala ang ating tagapagsalita, si Ginoong Wogi Pakala. Maraming salamat po.
Isang maganda at maulang hapon sa ating lahat. So, I have prepared this my lecture in English kasi karamihan ng manuscript na ginawa ko ito were written in English. So, yeah, please bear with me na lang. Okay. So, eto po. So, now I am going to discuss the Americans in Philippine constitutional heritage. So, basically, I am discussing here the flow of Philippine constitutional history together with the American involvement and later on disinvolvement. So let me start. To conceptualize the nationalistic principles of a people, it is enshrined in a master document that outlines the law of the land and the general principles of charting its destiny. The 1987 Constitution, the operative charter in the present, is the master document of our generation, containing the principles, aspirations, and conceptualization of the ideal nation for the Filipinos. Throughout time, our nation's constitutional tradition is progressing and developing endlessly. Last June 1, the nation commemorated the 50th anniversary of the 1971 Constitutional Convention, a charter myth filled with controversies and issues, but also filled with many progressive ideas, and is an episode to a continuous long arc of the history of Philippine constitutional tradition. One of the contributions of the convention is that it is a very crucial step to steer away from the shackles of a patriarchal mendicant neo-colonial relations between the Philippines and its former colonial master, the United States of America. Philippine constitutionalism can be traced more than 200 years ago in 1812 at the Constitución de Cádiz. In 1837, however, the colonial metropolis decided to deprive the faraway archipelagic colony of its constitutional rights and guarantees. Later, it became the bone of contention of the propagandistas, and their calls were not heeded, hence leading to the inevitable Philippine Revolution. The Philippine Wars of Independence, consisting of Philippine Revolution and Pilipino-American War, was a golden period of Philippine constitutionalism, as many charters were drafted during this time. As Aguinaldo surrenders and the Philippine Republic declines, the constitutionalism of our people entered a new chapter of compromise, of suppression, and of liberation, which will be the scope of this lecture. So during the Spanish colonial period, the concept of a master document that will contain the general laws of the islands can be seen in the Recopilación de las Leyes de las Indias, or the Laws of the Indies, containing the decrees of Spanish kings. The flow of Spanish political and constitutional history, the establishment of a liberal government that led to the enactment of the Constitución de Cádiz in 1812, is the root of Philippine constitutional tradition. The Cádiz Constitution defined the Spanish realm and its subjects. The Philippines was recognized as a part of the Spanish nation and Spanish realm, and Filipinos were considered as Spanish citizens. But due to the great distance between the archipelago and the colony, it seems that the laws promulgated are not being complied with. As Arcilla commented, honra la ley pero no cumplear. We honor the law, but we will not comply. Its format and structure became the precedent and a guiding pattern of many Philippine constitutions. And in 1837, the Cortes, or the Spanish Parliament, decided to deprive the Philippines of representation. And the Philippines instead, as appended in an article in the 1837 Spanish Constitution, was governed and placed under the special laws and, until 1896, when Cuba and Puerto Rico were given representation. The Philippines was not given any. And thus, with this under this special arrangement, Filipinos were excluded with the rights and guarantees that a Spanish subject is entitled to. This setup, coupled with the misgivings of the colonial government in the archipelago, became a grievance against the Spanish rulers. The entry of liberalism in the country gave rise to the enlightened Indios, who would become the propagandistas. They have fought in the halls of the colonial metropolis, in the colonial congress, lobbying one member of parliament after another, but their cause fell to deaf ears. Then came the inevitable revolution. So the Philippine Wars of Independence, first against the fast declining Spain from 1896 to 1898, and then the swiftly ascending America from 1899 to 1902. The revolutionaries were inspired by the works of the liberal propagandistas, who had minted their national identity and nationalistic sentiment, as already seen in the need of after the minting of this nationalistic sentiment and then the revolution. The revolutionaries have seen the need of establishing a state order, and to do that, they must frame a constitution that will guide the nation that they are imagining. When the revolutionaries are gaining one victory after another in the frontier in Cavite, they have decided that the Katipunan, with the blessing of the Supremo, be reorganized into a revolutionary government. General Edilberto Evangelista, attempting to reconcile the tension between Magdalo and Magdiwang, drafted his own constitution in 1896, but it was not promulgated. There were no extant copies of this constitution. Upon retreating to Cavite, Aguinaldo established the Republic of Biak na Bato, and its constitution was promulgated in November 1897. Aguinaldo and his government went to exile in Hong Kong, but it did not deter the local leaders left behind by the Biak na Bato government. Jacinto drafted the pagkakatatag ng pamahalaan sa hukuman ng Silangan that governs the province of Laguna. It is sympathetic to Bonifacio's faction of the revolutionaries. Another is the Macabulos Constitution in Tarlac. Both were enacted in 1898. Upon the defeat of the declining Spanish Armada in Manila Bay by the Americans in April 1898, the revolutionary spirit of the people was alive once again. As revolutionary troops winning the battle after one another and continuing the struggle, Aguinaldo returned to the Philippines in May 1898, carrying the constitutional draft that was submitted to him by Mariano Ponce, advocating a federal republic. On June 12, 1898, the Declaration of Philippine Independence was read at Kawit, Cavite. To lay the foundations of building the state order, Aguinaldo decided that the Malolos will be the capital of the Republic. Then he convened the Malolos Congress in September 15, 1898. Drafts were submitted by Apolinario Mabini and Pedro Paterno, but it is upon the decision of Felipe Calderon to draft what became the Malolos Constitution in 1899, as Calderon was the head of the drafting committee of Malolos Congress. And on January 20, 1899, it was promulgated, the Malolos Constitution, and 3 days later, the first Philippine Republic was officially born. The Filipinos were facing two governments, the first Philippine Republic and the American military government. Upon firing the first shot in Sampaloc, Manila, the Pilipino-American War started. Some of the sympathizers joined the revolution and saw the possibility of the defeat in war and decided to join the new order under the Americans. Upon the arrival of the Americans, they have made ways to establish order among the islands. The Negros Canton drafted its own constitution that was submitted to General James Smith. It was the Negros Cantonal Constitution. Cayetano Arellano has furnished the Sherman Commission a copy of his constitutional draft entitled National Constitution of the Philippine Islands, both submitted in 1899. Both of them were advocating for another federal government. And the Hong Kong Junta has submitted the Constitution published the Constitution of Filipino Free States in 1900, another constitution advocating a federal republic. All of them were not considered by the commission, who had received special instructions from President William McKinley. Some constitutions were drafted during the latter part of the American period. Macario Sakay, who led the Tagalog Republic in 1902, drafted his own constitution. Artemio Ricarte, in his failed attempt to rekindle the revolutionary spirit of the people, also drafted the Constitution of Rizalin Republic in 1916. And this Rizalin Republic draft, or rather the Rizalin proposal for the Philippines will be repeated in the 1971 Constitution, as one delegate proposed that the Philippines should be replaced. That the name of the Philippines should be changed into Rizalia. Just like the former colonial overlords, Filipinos were governed by special laws that are in line with the Constitution of the United States. These are the Philippine Organic Act or Philippine Bill of 1902 and the Jones Law of 1916. The Philippine Assembly under Sergio Osmeñas petitioned the United States Congress that the Filipinos should enact its own constitution in 1907. It did the same in 1922, but both of them have failed. After several independence missions that started in 1919, it almost culminated supposedly with the Hair Hose Cutting Act in 1933 through the efforts of Senator Osmeña and Speaker Rojas. It was rejected by the Philippine Colonial Congress, and it was substituted by a near copy of the Hair Hose, which is the Tidings-McDuffie Act, which was passed in 1934 with the lobbying of Senator Manuel Quezon. The said law approved the 10-year transition from being a Commonwealth to Republic and convening the first Constitutional Convention that same year. On July 10, 1934, 202 delegates were elected throughout the archipelago. They have written and written the Constitution and discussed the future of the Commonwealth. A young delegate, Salvador Araneta, submitted his draft to the Constitution but to no avail. Sadly, that copy did not survive the Battle of Manila. One of the most asked questions that remained unanswered in the halls of the Legislative Hall, the venue of the 1934 Constitutional Convention, is the Constitution we are making for the good of only the Commonwealth or the Republic beyond independence? Sadly, it was never unanswered, as it was as the 1934 Constitution toned down the nationalistic sentiments, and it became some sort of compromise between the Filipino leaders and the United States Congress. On February 8, 1935, the Constitution was approved by the Constitutional Convention, and it was approved in a plebiscite on May 14, and then it was signed by no less than the President of the United States. The Constitution that they drafted, however, is somewhat tied to American interests. The Constitution was appended with an ordinance in 1939 that favors American governance and interests in the country. A year later, in 1940, Quezon led the campaign to amend the Constitution to revert to the old bicameral legislature and 4-year presidential term with re-election. So then the war came and the Japanese took over the islands in December 1941. The Philippines was facing two governments, the Commonwealth in exile that is supported by the guerrilla movement, and the Second Republic that was established in 1943. The Constitution of the Second Republic was drafted by the Preparatory Commission of Philippine Independence, which membership is composed of 20 persons from the Philippine Commonwealth government, including the two most important delegates of the 1934 Constitutional Convention, Jose P. Laurel and Claro M. Recto. The 1943 Constitution is a modified version of the 1935 Charter with an emphasis on a parliamentary government and greater powers and duties vested upon the executive branch of the government to comply with the wartime circumstances. With the defeat of the Japanese Empire, the Second Republic, together with the Constitution, was dissolved, and the 1935 Constitution became again in effect. The nation's priority in the aftermath of the Second World War was to rebuild itself from the destruction that was brought by the event. The independence was approaching in 1946, hence ending the 10-year transition. In 1947, a free Filipino nation decided to approve the Parity Amendment, wherein Americans will have the same rights as the Filipinos on exploiting its natural resources and economic rights. Despite of its approval, the parity campaign received massive opposition from the people and especially the nationalist element within the government. Later on, it was renegotiated and extended by the Laurel-Langley Agreement, which extend the parity until 1974. The unanswered question that lingered in the halls of Constitutional Convention in 1934 continued to haunt the halls of government. In 1949, a measure calling for a constitutional convention was called but was overshadowed by the elections, which have an emphasis on the Quirino and Quirino versus Laurel, for the presidency. Several civic organizations have raised several questions on the effectiveness in constitution, especially during the 1960s when many constitutional related questions were raised to Supreme Court so many times. Then, the constitutional change issue would then be raised again during the term of Macapagal in 1961. But it became an empty word or an empty promise. Throughout the decade of the 1960s, the lone voices became a powerful force that persuaded Congress and later President Marcos to sign the Constitutional Convention Act of 1970. It was first became a referendum asking the people whether the Congress itself should convene into a constitutional convention, and the people rejected that proposal. In 1970, strong public opinion materialized into the Republic Act 4194 or the Constitutional Convention Act of 1970. In November 1970, an election was held and 320 delegates were elected to the Halls of Constitutional Convention in Manila Hotel, later on to the Quezon City Hall. Before the convention, many of the delegates elect had their pronouncements on the public about their constitutional programs and proposals. Some of them were active in constitution-related events, such as the ones organized by Philippine Constitution Association or PhilConSA, Citizens for a Filipino Constitution, and the Knights of Rizal. Some of the delegates elect who are sharing the same thoughts and sentiments have formed some groups that will bank on their common platforms when the session started. So during the 1971 Constitutional Convention, there were three major groups. The first is the Nationalistas, who were allies of President Marcos, the Liberals, allies of President Macapagal, who then became the second president of the 1971 Constitutional Convention, and the Independent Progressive blocs, divided into three factions, namely the faction headed by Teofisto Gingona, another by Augusto Cesar Espiritu, and another by former Senator Raul Manglapos. On June 1, 1971, the inaugural session of the convention was held in Manila Hotel. There, various generations of delegates are meeting, from veteran government officials up to young lawyers, from business to religion, all driven by a unifying commitment to draft a constitution for the independent Philippines. The convention throughout its sessions has seen its best. Hours and oftentimes days of debates on several constitutional provisions are reflected in its 40-volume proceedings. More than 5,000 resolutions were submitted to the body, thousands of speeches and position papers also rattled them. The eloquence and reasoning of every delegate in every constitution is the wisdom behind the charter that we had throughout Philippine history. The lengthy convention was pressured by the Declaration of Proclamation 1081 or martial law on September 1972. It rushed the proceedings until the signing of the Constitution on November 30, 1972, wherein only 178 delegates have signed the Constitution out of 320 elected ones. Almost 100 were either imprisoned or in exile or in hiding during those times. The charter drafted by the convention was approved by the Filipino people in January 1973 under dubious circumstances. The last months of the convention was coincided with the rise of an autocratic regime in the Philippines. So now let me provide a very brief discussion on Americans and the Philippine constitutional heritage. First, the 1934 Constitutional Convention are actually both response to the challenge posed by the American colonial period. The 1934 Constitutional Convention is a product of compromise just to rush the independence process. And then the 1971 Constitutional Convention was backed by nationalist sentiments, and the people were asking, why should we follow the Constitution that was not approved by the Filipino people? So a constitution that is signed by a Philippine president, that is approved by the Filipino people, should have prevailed in the country because the country is already independent. Next, Americans in our constitutional heritage. In our constitutional heritage was a stimulus. It somewhat provided inspiration for independence during the colonial period, and later on, the anti-American sentiments was the reason of, or rather the driving force of the people to enact a new constitution. It is because it's an American constitution, no? Bakit pa natin kailangang sundin ito? Malaya na tayo. And then the 1935 Constitution was proven na effective lang ito on the Commonwealth Republic, a Commonwealth period, and not on the Republic. Next is the traditions of American liberal democracy were passed on the countries. For example, emphasis on Bill of Rights, the power of an independent judiciary, among others. In many reforms, constitutional reforms, and constitutional proposals were inspiration from the American constitutionalism. Inspirasyon natin ang ating inspirasyon ng mga Pilipino ang sistemang konstitusyonal ng Amerika. Dahil actually, pag tinignan natin yung mga papers during the 1971 Constitutional Convention, karamihan dito they were referring to US cases such as establishing they were conflicting proposals. Sabi nila dapat yung Senate natin katulad sa US. If we are to establish a federal republic, dapat katulad din nung sa American model, and so on and so forth. Although ginamit pa rin ito, no, dun sa mga case sa ibang bansa, pero somehow, no, the Jones Law and the Philippine Organic Act gave inspiration to the later constitutions, even up to the 1987 Charter. The misgivings of the American constitutionalism to Philippine-style governance also led to the rise of an autocratic government. So let me tell you a brief story about this. During the 1934 Constitutional Convention, there was one young delegate who raised a question, paano yung writ of habeas corpus? No? Kasi the Philippine Organic Act is very concrete on martial law and the suspension of the writ. But later on medyo binago ito sa Jones Law. But the 1934 Constitutional Convention was very silent, and even on its proceedings, walang nag-mention na anong mangyayari. How do we define emergency powers? How do we define the justification of martial law and so on and so forth? Hindi sumagot si 1934 Constitutional Convention, but in 1971, medyo, ayun na, because patapos na yung convention, diniktahan ng autokratikong pamahalaan ang Constitutional Convention kasi yung mga opposition ay arestado na at karamihan ay kaalyado o kaya yung mga natakot na opposition. So they were pressured to follow. Rather, there was a presidential intervention. Kasi nga, furthermore, the misgivings, no, lalo na nung binigay natin yung power sa executive branch of the government before, no? In the Philippine Organic Act, Jones Law, and then the 1935 Constitution, and in also in 1971 na pressure lang sila. No? So karamihan dito, yung mga naging flaws ng mga batas ay naging ginamit ng autokratikong government in 1972. And nationalism stood side by side in the history of Philippine constitutional tradition. So when actually ang paggawa nga ng ating konstitusyon ay driven by our nationalistic sentiments and actually constitutions are concrete, ito yung isinakongkretong sentimiento at diwa ng nationalismo. And our brilliant constitutionalists, no? For example, we have Jose P. Laurel, we have Claro M. Recto, Salvador Araneta, We also have Raul Manglapus, Alejandro Lichauco, among many others, were also trained by the Americans. So yung iba dito nag-aral sa American University, or some of them have served during the American colonial period. And then kung babasahin natin yung mga gawa nila, which is napakaganda, no, on the ideal Philippine Constitution, makikita natin at galing sila doon sa American product or American educational product. And to end this part, the Americans in our Philippine constitutional heritage is part of a very long arc of our history as a people and as a Filipino nation. Our Constitution, just not unlike any, our Constitution, just like any other written legal papers, is not a mere scrap of paper. It is a master document produced by history and to chart the nation's destiny, to retrieve the country from its irredeemable past and towards a future filled with endless possibilities. So let me end with a quotation from the first Dean of the Lyceum of the Philippines School of Law and the President of the 1934 Constitutional Convention, no less than Don Claro M. Recto. There has presided over our labors a strong nationalistic sentiment formed in the school of our two revolutions and in serene contemplation of the events in other countries which now deplore the irreparable consequence of their negligence and lack of vision. And thus, in the light and under the domination of this force idea, we have brought to this document whatever seemed to us most worthwhile from the old and new tendencies and constitutional formulas, adapted, recast, refined to conform to our own patterns, and tending to fortify those precepts which we cannot surrender, the preservation of the purity of our ideals of justice, liberty, and democracy, and the safeguarding of the integrity of our national patrimony against alienation and usurpation, to the end that our people may carve out for themselves legitimate and enduring happiness through peaceful and orderly process. I hope you may have picked up something from this lecture of mine. Isang makasaysayan at mapagpalayang hapon sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pakala, sa iyong masustansyang pagbabahagi ng kasaysayan ng konstitusyon. No, napapanahon ito sapagkat ang pagbabago sa konstitusyon ay talagang hindi nawala sa ideya ng ilang Pangulo ng Pilipinas ngayong ika-21 taon. Nariyan si GMA, si Pinoy na sumaglit sa kanyang isipan yung kahit yung pagbabago sa konstitusyon at ang pinaka-latest ng si Duterte na paalala lamang sa lahat sa mga sa audience natin, maaari kayo maglagay ng katanungan sa Q&A button o chat natin sa ibaba. Matapos ng 4 na tagapagsalita, tsaka natin susubukan tanungin ang mga tanong na ito. Maglagay lamang kung kaninong tagapagsalita ninyo ito gustong tanungin upang maging malinaw. Bukod dyan, ang evaluation link na kailangan para sa inyong attendance at sertipiko ay ibibigay habang nagkakaroon ng malayang talakayan mamaya. Malugod din naming binabati ang lahat ng tagapakinig ng webinar na ito. Of course, ang mga mag-aaral at kawani ng LPU Manila at iba pang sangay ng LPU. Mayroon din tayong participant mula sa Colegio de Santa Ana sa Taguig, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Our Lady of Fatima University, Ateneo de Manila University, Centro Escolar, Arellano, Colegio de San Juan de Letran, St. Gabriel Academy, UP Diliman, La Consolacion, Marinduque State College, First City Providential College, UST, MFI Polytechnic Institute, and Faith Christian School at iba pa. Okay, maraming salamat sa inyong pagtangkilik sa webinar na ito. At narito naman si Binibining Katli Almause, guro sa DSSLM upang ipakilala ang ikalawa nating tagapagsalita. Miss Cathy. Miss Cathy. Okay, habang inintay natin si Miss Cathy, binabati po namin ang iba pa na nandito sa ating webinar. Narito yung mula sa STI College Ortigas, Cainta. Meron din tayo mula sa Dalubasaan ng lungsod ng San Pablo at Faith Christian School at iba pa. No? Maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo. Narito na ba si Miss Cathy Almose? Binibining Katli.
Magandang hapon po. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Narito po ako para ipakilala ang pangalawa nating tagapagsalita sa araw na to, si Ginoong Reginald Reynaldo. Siya po ay kasalukuyang kumukuha ng Masterado ng Kasaysayan sa Universidad ng Pilipinas at nagtapos siya ng BA History noong 2019 sa Polytechnicong Universidad ng Pilipinas. Kasamang may akda ng 4 na kabanata mula sa mga aklat no? Ito po ang metodolihiyang pangkasaysayan, klase sa histografiya ni Dr. Zeus Salazar, Martes Escaler, loob ang saklaw ng kasaysayan ng bansa at kasaysayan ng PUP. Noong nakaraang taon, siya ay nakapagturos ng agham panlipunan sa senior high school sa National College Business and Arts. Kaya naman para sa lahat ng kasama dito sa webinar nito, amin pong ipinakikilala si Ginoong o inihahandog si Ginoong Reginald upang talakayin ang panunuri sa mga kwentong pambata sa panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano, 1819 hanggang 1913.
Hello po. Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Salamat po kay Ma'am Cathy sa pagpapakilala. Share ko lang po yung ating PowerPoint. Ayan. Ayan, magandang araw sa ating lahat at maraming salamat sa Lyceum para sa pagpapaunlak nitong programa. Ang itatalakay po natin sa ating webinar ay ang pantikang pambata sa panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano mula 1899 hanggang 1913. Sisimulan ko po yung presentation na ito sa isang sikat na pambatang awiting chikading, chikading, palipad, lipad, chikading, chikading, palipad, lipad. Sikat yun at madalas na kinakanta ng mga bata. Pero una natin nalaman yung awiting iyon nang inintroduce sa atin yung sistemang edukasyon ng mga Amerikano. Sa katunayan, mababasa nga natin iyon sa 1901 na Baldwin Primer de Maker. Isa yung textbook at doon iba pa yung kanta sa original na liriko. Gayunpaman, halos siglo na rin pala natin itong kinakanta, lalo na ng mga bata. Pero ni minsan kahit ako, hindi pa ako nakakita ng chikading. Ang punto, kamukha ng mga panitikang pambata. Maliban sa hindi nila alam yung kinukwento o inaawit nila, daan din ito ng mga Amerikano para sa mga bata bilang pinakamainam paglapatan ng kaisipang kolonyal. Sa presentasyong ito, pinapakita yung panunuri sa mga aklat pambata sa panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano. Tinatangkang suriin ng papel na ito yung pagbubuo ng mito sa pamamagitan ng mga aklat pambata, batid din ng mga kolonisador na ang halaga ng mga bata bilang pinakamainang paglapatan ng kaisipang kolonyal sa impluensya ng mga kwentong pambatang ito. Nahulma yung konsepto ng superioridad at tungkulin ng puti. So, nilalahad sa papel na ito ang pagtatahin ng kolonyal na mentalidad sa mga batang Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng mga kwentong pambata. Una, pagbubukod ng mga kwentong para sa bata at matanda sa panahon ng kolonyalismo. Pangalawa, mga reproduksyon ng kwentong pambata noong panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano mula sa mga kwentong labas hanggang loob ng Pilipinas, kung saan pinapakita yung tungkulin, pananaw at fantasya sa pagitan ng puti at ibang lahi upang bigyan ng hustisya ang pwersang militar at ekspansionismo. At ikatlo, ang kapangyarihan ng bata sa mga kwentong bayan bilang pagtulig sa laban sa kolonyal na kaisipan. Pinapatunayan sa papel na ito yung pananamantala rin ng kolonisador sa kaisipan ng bata. Kaya hangarin ng papel na ito, unawain ang imperialismo sa pamamagitan ng mga aklat pambatang nilimbag sa panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano. Pinapaliwanag din sa papel na ito na hindi din exempted o nabubukod ang mga kwentong pambata sa politika at ideolohiya. Ang mga susunod na babanggitin ko ay mga panitikang pambata sa Pilipinas bago ang pananakop ng mga Amerikano. Magandang pagbabalik tanaw natin para makita rin yung pagbabago o pag-unlad ng mga children's book sa Pilipinas. Kamukha sa pananakop ng mga Amerikano, sa mga Kastila, sinupil din nila yung konsepto ng kabayanihan sa pamamagitan ng pagpapakilala ng mga panitikan at sistema ng edukasyon nagbabandila sa halagahin ng kolonyalismo. Hinuhubog bilang masunurin, magalang, madasalin ang bata. Sa aklat halimbawa na Doktrina Kristiyana para Uso de las Escuelas ni Caton Cristiano, naglalaman ito ng mga aralin na dapat sundin at ugali ng isang bata, gaya ng asal sa loob at labas ng bahay, sa simbahan, paaralan at iba pa. Samantala, kinilala naman yung Robinson der Jungere ni Joachim Heinrich Campe bilang unang children's book sa Aleman. Ito ay isinalin sa wikang Kastila ni Thomas de Ariarte at itinagalog naman ni Joaquin Tuason na may pamagat na ang bagong Robinson, istoryang nagtuturo ng mabubuting kaugalian na ginawang tanungan ng ikatututo at ikalilibang na mas mahaba siya. Pero ito ay may tuturing bilang kauna-unahang pambatang aklat na isinalin sa Tagalog at ikalawang nobelang salin matapos yung El Martir di Golgota ni Enrique Perez noong 1872. Nang minsan namang nakituloy si Jose Rizal kay Maria de la Paz Pardo de Tavera na noon ay nililigawan pa ni Luna. Inalok noon ni Tavera si Rizal na sumulat o kaya gumuhit dun sa kanyang album. Ang album na yon, sabi niya kay Rizal, ay koleksyon ng mga gawa ng mga Pilipinong napadpad sa Paris. Naglalaman yun ng tula, prosa, sulatin, o kahit na sino basta Pilipinong na napadpad sa Paris. Kaya tuloy nahikayat si Rizal na mag-ambag doon sa scrapbook niya. Kaso ang problema, puno na. Kaya sa likod na lang gumuhit doon si Rizal. At doon una natin makikita yung kwento ni Rizal na Lesenge et Letorte. In other words, ang matching at ang pagong. Yun yung kwentong pambata na may kapupulutang aral tungkol doon sa matching at saka kay pagong kung pamilyar tayo. Maraming ganun si Rizal na kwento. Halimbawa, yung isa pang kwento niya yung tungkol sa gamo-gamo. Sa palagay ko, bago tumungo tayo doon sa usapin ng panitikang pambata, kailangan muna natin bigyan yung definisyon at sagutin yung tanong na ano ba ang kahulugan ng isang bata at sino ba yung bata. Dahil mamaya, meron itong kinalaman at ugnayan sa magiging daloy para sa magiging direksyon ng panitikang pambata sa Pilipinas. Okay. So noon pa may diskurso ng mga historiador at manunulat yung kawalang kapangyarihan ng mga bata at kabataan sa lipunan. Itinuturing ng ilang scholar ang pagkabata bilang sentimiento, idea at konsepto. Halimbawa, ayon kay Philip Aris, bilang isa sa mga unang historiador na papaksain ang concept of childhood, sa kanyang aklat na Centuries of Childhood, A Social History of Family Life, naging argumento ng aklat na enlightenment period lang tayo nagkaroon ng idea ng childhood o pagkabata at sinasabing sa panahong iyon na imbento yung ganung konsepto. Sapagkat sa Europa noong panahon ng medieval ay tinitignan na wala pang pagkakaiba sa pagitan ng isang bata at matanda. Kaya kung tutuusin, industrial period, nasaksihan pa natin yung dami ng mga batang nagtatrabaho sa mga factories. Natapos lang yung ganun nung isinulong at pinaglaban natin yung laban sa child labor. So basically 19 hanggang 20th century lang tayo nagkaroon ng definite age. Nakikilalanin kung sino ba ang bata at sino yung hindi na. So hindi naman sukatan o hindi naman ibig sabihin na paglagpas na ng 18 years old matanda na o minsan pa nga may mga isip bata pa o kundi naman wala pang 18 years old may mga matatanda na akong mag-isip. Kaya yung konsepto ng pagkabata ay walang tiyak na definisyon. Sapagkat nagbabago-bago yung konsepto ng pagkabata sa yugto ng kasaysayan at mga kultura. Halimbawa, iba ang konsepto ng pagkabata ng mga dayuhan at kulturang Pilipino. Sa kulturang Pilipino, bago dumating yung impluwensya ng dayuhan, ang initiation rites o ending ng pagiging bata para sa batang babae ay sa punto ng kanyang buhay na kung saan siya ay dinatnan ng buwan ng dalaw o menstruation. Dahil ibig sabihin siya ay maaaring na makapag-produce ng buhay sa kanyang komunidad. Para naman sa isang batang lalaki, ito ay isang oras na siya ay makasama at marunong na makidigma. Kasi ibig sabihin, may pagtatanggol niya yung kanyang komunidad. Bahagi rin ng proseso, although bahagi rin ng proseso ang yung pagtuli bilang may tuturing na binata na. Sa kabilang banda, para sa kanuranin, yung edad na 18 o 18 ay para sa hangganan ng pagiging bata o binata, ahango yun sa edad noong World War II kung kailan magpapa-enlist, edad para sa magpapa-enlist na sundalo at edad para bumoto. Actually, mula sa 21 years old, binabaan sa 18 sa Amerika. Sa pangkalahatang kahulugan, ayon sa United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child noong 1989, sino man ang may edad na 18 pababa, ang edad ay tinuturing bilang bata. Kaya kasabay nun sa pagpasa sa Pilipinas bilang Republic Act 6809 or an act lowering the age of majority from 21 to 18 years. Ayan naman ay isang aklat ni isang aklat ni Jean-Jacques Rousseau na Emile, no? Kasi sabi niya, pag silang parang daw ng isang bata ay alam niya na yung absolutong konsepto ng pamumuno na kapag umiyak siya, masusunod yung bata at kapag gusto mong sumunod yung bata ay pwedeng sa ibang paraan, pwedeng sa pagpalo o sa ganito. So, para sa kanya ay kabisado at alam na ng bata noong bata pa lang siya yung absolutong konsepto ng pamumuno. Sa kasalukuyang scholarship, kung meron pa mang walang tinig sa kasaysayan, sila ay ang mga bata. Gayunpaman, sa tangkang magsalita at tumindig para sa kanila, nagkakaroon ng infantilisasyon na isa pang usapin ng kapangyarihan sa kanilang pagtalakay ng pagsasalita at representasyon ng mga naisa sa gilid bilang tungkulin ng mga intelektual. Sa next slide, dito tinutukoy ni Sir Vando Halili sa kanyang iconography yung phenomena ng infantilisasyon sa mga political cartoons. Ibig sabihin, sino ba yung bata? Diyan may kita si Pilipinas. Bakit siya bata sa ilustrasyon? Dahil kailangan niya daw nung kalinga o gabay. Sino yung gagabay? Walang iba kundi si Amerika. Sa isang political cartoon mula sa judge, pinaliliguan dyan ng isang Amerikano yung batang Pilipino. Tapos sa likod ng larawan, makikita natin dyan na yung ibang bata tapos na paliguan dahil nagbibihis na. So sino sila? Nirepresenta nila yung mga batang yan, sina Puerto Rico, Cuba, di ba pa? Yan. Panitikang pambata sa panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano. Nang ipatupad ng Amerikano ang public education, kasabay din yun ng pagbibigay ng mga babasahin para sa mga Filipino. Pinagamit nila sa mga batang Pilipino, halimbawa yung mga aklat na 50 Famous Stories ni James Baldwin, Stories of the Long Ago in the Philippines ni Dudley Odell, at mga seryeng mula sa World Book Companies. Kaya bagong mga kwento ito na may papakilala sa mga Filipino. Isang maganda at interesting na ibahagi itong Old Glory series ni Edward Stratemeyer na lumabas mula noong 1898 hanggang 1901 na tungkol sa Amerikanong sundalo na napadpad sa Pilipinas at Cuba. Eksakto habang nagaganap din yung digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano. Tampok sa mga children's book na ito, yung kwento ni na Dewey, Otis, Lawton at MacArthur na nakapook sa Pilipinas. Sa mga aklat pambatang ito, makikita ang nais ipabatid sa bata kung aling mga gustong tularan ng bata at hindi na dapat tularan ng bata. Kung mapupuna, ngayong grammar construction na ginamit ni Stratemeyer dito sa book na to, makikitang sinasama niya yung bata sa mga kwento niya sa pamamagitan ng paggamit na panghalip na our or we. Kasi parang halimbawa, pag sinasabi niya dyan na the last of the Filipinos were utterly routed and Malolos was ours. So batay sa kwento niya kung kanino yung Malolos sa mga Amerikano. So kapag sinabi niya we need to save them, ganun. So sa mga kwento, isinasama yung nagbabasa sa kwento. Batay sa kwento niya, kaya nga kay Eugene Evasco halimbawa, sabi niya na medyo mapanganib yung mga gantong children's book during that time kasi ikinukwento yung imperialismo sa paraang kapanapanabik. Ang the first year book naman na inilabas noong 1907 ni na Mary Fee, Margaret Purcell, Parker Fillmore at John Ritchie ay isang aklat-aralin na ginamit para sa mga bata na naglalaman ng mga alpabeto, pagbibilang, mga kwentong patula o pambata. Kalimitang tema ay tungkol sa mga batang Filipino ayon sa kanilang gawi, libangan at pang-araw-araw na buhay. Nakasulat ito sa wikang Ingles na naglalaman at nagpapakita ng mga kagamitan at laruan ng mga batang Filipino. Kasi ito ay naging tools at instruction din during that time as textbook bilang panturo sa wikang Ingles. So sa isang halimbawa dyan sa ilustrasyon, kung makikita natin, dyan si Pedro yung nagtatrabaho sa palayan. Dahil sa mga kwento, kapag tinignan natin siya at binasa, ginagawang karaniwan sa mga ilustrasyon, yung bata bilang bahagi ng produksyon o batang manggagawa. Isa siguro sa pinaka-harsh dyan sa larawan ay yung pagpapakitang kalabaw yung Pilipino na si Pedro, na nakasuot sa kanya kasi yung araro So, ibig sabihin, kalabaw si Pedro. Sa panahon ng mga Amerikano, nasa romantika rin nila yung mga bagay na kapakipakinabang sa kanila tulad ng pagtatrabaho ng mga bata, pagiging masunurin, lalo na yung pagpapakita ng ilustrasyon na mayamang agrikultural Pilipinas. Ito naman ay The Adventure of Piang, the Moro Jungle Boy ni Florence Partelio Stewart. Ito ay hango sa totoong tao, na totoong dato, pero hindi sa totoong pangyayari dahil fictional yung laman ng libro o laman ng aklat. Si Dato Piang kasi ay totoong dato sa Magindanawan. Tampok sa aklat yung pagdakila sa ideal at modelong Muslim at Moron na sumasang-ayon sa patakarang kolonyal ng mga Amerikano. Dahil isa sa mga layunin ng panitikang pambata na magtampok ng pamamarisan o modelo batang tauhan. Ipinapakita sa daloy ng naratibo ang Amerikanisasyon ng batang Moro o lumad na itinutumbas sa pagkakaroon nito ng sibilisasyon at urbanidad ng isang magiging dato. Maalala sa ganitong daloy ng naratibo ni Stuart ang kasaysayan ng mga Ladino o bilingual na katutubo na kinasangkapan ng mananakop na Kastila upang lubusang makilala, pangaralan at makipag-ugnay sa mga katutubo para sa kanilang kolonyal na proyekto. Ayan. Samantala, ang Barbarous Philippine Journey ni Francis Williston Burks ay tungkol sa paglalakbay ng Amerikano sa Pilipinas. Children's book din ito, bagamat malinaw sa pahina yung dedikasyon na sa sulat ni Barbara na nakatuon at isinulat niya to para sa mga Amerikanong bata. Sa libro na inilabas ng SWF or Sentro ng Wikang Filipino last year, ni EJ Bolata na hindi lang basta bata. Yun yung pinakabagong pag-aaral hinggil sa panitikang pambata at binigyan niya ng aklat na yun yung binigyan ng aklat ni EJ Bolata ng analysis itong Barbara's Philippine Journey. Sa kwento, maaaring tignan daw ang pagtatayo ng mga paaralan at pagamutan, maging mga release ng tren at kalsada bilang mga aspekto ng proseso ng kolonyal na modernisasyon na nagpapatatag ng ugnayan sa mga Igorot at Amerikanos. Sa isang patuloy na naguhubog at nagbabagong pamayanan, sa pagbubuod, malalaman ang mga inilarawang ugnayan ng mga Igorot at Amerikano. Sa lahat ng nabasa ko children's book, para sa akin yung pinaka-harsh yung aklat ni Mary Hazelton Wade na Alila, Our Little Philippine Cousin. Dahil mula pa lang dun sa pamagat na Alila hanggang dun sa description ng libro, medyo harsh na sa mga Filipino. Sabi pa doon, wild and distrustful children daw yung mga batang Filipino. Tapos hanggang sa nilalaman kung saan pinapakita na ang mga katutubong Pilipino daw wala raw ibang alam kundi yung mga hayop lang, no. Kwento ito ng adventure. Kaya sa halos buong kwento, panay paglalarawan sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas at tribo. At sa ending, dahil nga kwentong adventure, ang ending ay pinagmamalaki si Magellan sa kwento. Kung merong pagkakapareho ang lahat ng mga aklat pambata sa panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano, ito ay ang kwento ng adventure. Bakit adventure? Dahil nais nilang gawing kapanapanabik para sa kanilang lahi yung expansionismo sa Pilipinas at paglalarawan sa batang Filipino na yung kanilang sarili bilang mga bayani gaya sa kwento. At sa conclusion, sa sinaunang pamayan ng Pilipino, kaya nabanggit ko kanina yung idea ng bata at matanda, dahil sa sinaunang pamayan ng Pilipino, walang edad na pinipili ang mga kwento. Tinuturing ang mga epiko at kwentong bayan bilang pangkalahatan. Kaya't may mga mandirigma at bayaning bata. Halimbawa sa isang etno-epiko na sa Iloco, nang isilang pa lang yung sanggol na si Lamang, siya na ang humiling ng kanyang pangalan at bagamat bata pa ay sumabak na siya sa pakikipagsapalaran. Sa kwento naman ng Subanon, si Sandayo ay milagrom bata. Sa murang edad, hiniling niya na agad na maglakbay at pinayagan din siya tangan yung regalong binigay sa kanya ng kanyang ama. Sa makatuwid, hindi hiwalay ang panitikang pambata sa katutubong panitikan. Sa halip, lahat ang mga kwentong bayan, alamat, pabula at mga epiko na naririnig ng buong pamayanan sa panahon ng kwentuhan at ritual. Sa panahon lang ng kolonyalismo, nahati ang konsepto ng mga kwentong para lang sa bata at kwentong eksklusibo lang sa matanda. Noong panahon ng kolonyalismo ng Kastila, tinuruan yung bata ayon sa alituntunin ng simbahan. Sa pagdating ng mga Amerikano, ipinalabas nilang dapat nilang isalba ang Pilipinas. Mapupuna kung bakit mayroon pa ring kolonyal na mentalidad hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Mahalaga ang mga aklat pambata at hindi ito dapat ituring na pangmusmos. Ayon kay Ivasco, ito ang problema ng kulturang Pilipino ukol sa pagkabata. Madalas kasi na itinuturing na walang muwang at dahop sa talino ang mambabasang bata. Kaya laging payo sa mga manunulat ng panitikang pambata na ibigay ang mga babasahin tungkol sa ginagawa at gusto ng mga bata. Ngunit mas mahalagang ibigay sa bata ang mga dapat nilang mabasa. Kailangan magtiwala tayo dun sa talino ng bata at maintindihan nila yung mga salita at matutuko yung mga kubling simbolo sa mga talata. Tungkol naman sa pambatang aklat na may kinalaman sa PhilAmor, sa kasalukuyan, nakatutuwa dahil may mga aklat na tayo pambata sa mga na pumapaksa tungkol doon. Halimbawa, yung aklat na Bone Talk ni Candy Gurley. Tungkol ito sa batang buntok na nabuhay noong Pilipino-American War. Engkuwentro ito sa pagitan ng mga Amerikano at katutubong Pilipino. Kaya mula sa malikhaing imahinasyon ng author na ikukwento sa bata, halimbawa yung kasaysayan ng mga Amerikano nang dumating sila sa Pilipinas mula sa pananaw ng isang bata at katutubong Pilipino. O kaya naman yung Journey for Justice, The Life of Larry Itliong ni Don Mabalon at Gail Romasanta. Kwentong pambata naman siya tungkol sa labor leader mula sa United Farm Workers. Kaya sa huli, hindi dapat maging sarado ang akademiko sa mga ganitong usapin. Bagamat Eurocentrico at imperialista ang mga akdang pambata noong panahon ng mga Amerikano, kailangan ikonteksto ang mga ito. Basahin at suriin yung mga panitikan at aklat, maging pambata man o hindi. Higit sa lahat, hindi rin maikakaila na hindi talima o exempted ang mga aklat pambata sa politika at ideolohiya. Sa panukala, hinihikayat ng mga scholar ang pag-aaral tungkol sa panitikang pambata sapagkat hindi pa ito lubos na naisusulong. Hinihikayat pa ang mga pagpapaunlad ng mga aklat pambata at pagbago sa mga nakagawiang tradisyon na pagtingin sa mga aklat pambata. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Reginald, sa iyong napakagandang pagbabahagi ng kasaysayan na kung paanong ginamit ng mga Amerikano ang mga panitikang pambata para sa kanilang propaganda noong panahon ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano. Naalala ko rin na na napakaraming paraan kung paanong ginamit ng mga Amerikano yung ilang aspekto ng lipunan para sa kanilang sariling interes. Okay? So, salamat, Ginoong Reginaldo. Muli, maaari na kayo maglagay ng katanungan sa Q&A button natin dyan sa ibaba o sa chat. Matapos ng 4 na tagapagsalita, tsaka natin susubukang sagutin ang mga tanong na ito. Maglagay lamang kung kaninong tagapagsalita nyo ito gustong tanungin upang maging malinaw. Bukod dyan, ang evaluation link na kailangan para sa inyong attendance at sertipiko ay ibibigay mamaya habang nagkakaroon ng malayang talakayan. Sa ngayon, magkakaroon muna tayo ng 5 minutong wellness break upang ipagpahinga ang ating mga mata. Babalik tayo ng 2:22 p.m. So 5 minutes na wellness break. Okay, muli pagbati sa ating Ibáyo webinar hinggil sa Engkuwentro at Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at Nagtutunggaling Pananaw sa Kasaysayang Pilipino. Paalala lamang na ang mga maitatala sa attendance at mabibigyan ng sertipiko ay yung mga tutugon lamang sa evaluation link na ibibigay mamaya sa malayang talakayan. Maaari rin kayo maglagay na ng katanungan sa ating Q&A button o sa chat box natin sa ibaba. Sa ikalawang parte ng ating talakayan, bilang tapos na tayo sa unang bahagi hinggil sa Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at Engkuwentro, ay pupunta tayo ngayon sa ikalawang bahagi o ikalawang parte ng ating talakayan. Susubukan nating ipaliwanag ang mga nagtutunggaling pananaw sa kasaysayan o ang conflicting histories. Ito ay isang ayon sa mapalagay ng mga historiador o pilosopo ng kasaysayan na ang impormasyon hinggil sa kasaysayan ay pinagkakasunduan ayon sa mga namamayaning batis. Upang ipakilala tayo sa ikatlong tagapagsalita, narito si Binibining Monica Sullivan, guro sa Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management. Miss Monica.
Magandang hapon po. Bilang pagpapakilala sa ating ikatlong tagapagsalita, siya ay kasalukuyang kumukuha ng Master of Arts in History in the Public Sphere sa Central European University bilang Erasmus Mundus Scholar. Ngunit siya ay nakapagtapos na rin ng Master in Asian Studies sa Asian Center of the University of the Philippines sa ilalim ng CHED Faculty Development Program Scholarship noong nakaraang taon lamang. Ang kanyang mga interes sa pananaliksik at pagtuturo ay sumasaklaw sa public history, Asian studies, Philippine democracy, international relation, at politics of historical and cultural representation. Siya ay nakapaglahad na ng kanyang mga pananaliksik sa United Kingdom, United States of America, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, at Europa. Siya ay nakatanggap o nagawaran na rin ng iba't ibang travel grants mula sa European Research Council, Japan Foundation, UP Travel Grants, Henry Luce Foundation, at Open Society Foundation. Ipinakikilala ko po ang ating ikatlong tagapagsalita, Ginoong Jefferson Mendez.
Thank you very much, Miss Monica Sullivan, for kind introduction. I think I sent the bio note in English, but thank you for translating it in Filipino. Good day, everyone. Good morning from my location. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. First of all, thank you very much for the organizers, the Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, for inviting me to speak in this very interesting and important celebration. For the second half of the program, I was tasked by the organizer to discuss about historical controversies, and I think what I can contribute on this particular topic is a discussion about Rizal, since I'm a proud Rizalist, and my current advocacy about public history, which is the study of public documents and the contribution of the public towards a more open and engaging study of the past. So let me do some screen sharing. I hope you can see now my presentation. So I have a presentation here entitled Revisiting Results Retraction Controversy from the Eyes of the Public. So like what I've said earlier, my presentation will deal on the idea of historical controversies, since most of our student attendees and faculty members who are teaching readings in Philippine history in this semester are quite limited in terms of sharing, in terms of engagement. I find this presentation or this topic in general very important to supplement our discussion about key historical controversies in listed in our curriculum, in the RPH curriculum, because before I also taught the said course. So alam ko yung hirap ng faculty and at the same time ng student when it comes to understanding this very what you call this problematic part of any historical experience such as in the Philippine history. Okay, so for this presentation, I'm going to step on results retraction as a key historical controversy, and don't get me wrong, but we will not go deep on the idea of the debate and the retraction itself. Of course, I'm going to give some key concepts and ideas behind the retraction issue, but the main point of my presentation is to give more emphasis on the material, since that's the major way for us to be involved in the controversy. Okay, to use the documents, the sources, both primary and secondary, and to be aware on the use of these sources. Okay, and the public there will be introduced later on. Okay, so to formally start my presentation, let me share my outline. So I tried to minimize my presentation and just put key topics, because like what Nico mentioned earlier, the time is very limited, and don't worry, I will try to to just be brief as much as possible, short. Okay, so the first this presentation is a three-way part. So aside from introduction and conclusion, I'm going to discuss first a brief history of results retraction issue. So what's with the controversy, some quick navigation of the affirmative and the negative side of the debate, and who are they? Who are the key players of the retraction issue? Second is to introduce the public. So I'm going to define to assess the role of the public in this part, and to introduce to you the kind of public that we will use for this presentation, or who are the public in general. Then for the last discussion for my content is, of course, I'm going to introduce my advocacy project, because I find it very related in the kind of direction for this presentation that I would like to go and share with you. Okay, and lastly, I'm going to conclude by giving takeaways. Okay, so to start, what do you mean about historical issues and controversies? So people in the study of history were always intrigued and were always what you call this, interest in the study of history and the issues attached to the study of the past, because it spices the discussion, the reinterpretation, reconstruction of the past. So without these issues, these controversies, I think the past is just a mere narrative, grand narrative of written and unwritten works about the past. So kung baga sa isang telenovela, siya yung mga climax, or siya yung nagbibigay ng mas what you call this, exciting, adventurous part on the discussion. So therefore, historical issues and controversies are, natural and inevitable in the study of history, because generally we define history in two ways. First one is history as the past in general. So everything that happened, okay, or that took place in the past, we call it history. That's why it's really hard to study or to discuss history, because it's the cumulative work or previous engagement of all the people. That's why in History Channel they define history as quite ambiguous, right? And they have this what you call this slogan, which is think big in history, because in history it's not only about dates, names of person, or memorization of facts. and trivias. Okay, it's beyond that. It's more of how and why, and a bigger picture of what happened in the past since day zero. Okay, and ganun siya ka-ambiguous, ganun siya kalaki, kalawak yung discussion ng pag-aaral sa nakaraan. Okay, so therefore, we have these various perspectives or conflicting ideas about how to assess or how to write our past. So we have this famous line about many histories but only one past. Sorry, I forgot to mention the other way how to define history, which is this is the study of past from the eyes of the sources. Okay, so the other way of writing or remembering the past is through the materials, the proof or the eyewitness present during a particular historical phenomenon. So we're rooting our discussion on the study of history based on the materials itself. But this is quite limited because materials cannot speak on their own. Okay, so it's still on the what you call this? It's still on the performance or the perspectives of the historians, scholars, or any other aficionados on the study of history. Okay, so we have two ways of studying the past. So therefore, we have many conflicting perspectives on history, but we only have one past. Okay, that's the key idea here. So therefore, there is no such thing as absolute truth in history. Yes, we have to accept that. Even historians all over the world, they have already this idea that not all things about the past, especially those written by the victors or the early or very academic way of writing history, are the truth or absolute truth. Why? Because it's keep on evolving. Okay, that's why recently we have various developments about civilizations, about proof of anthropological engagement. So we should not, we should not box our understanding of the past as those information written on textbooks, etc. So we have this changing nature of the study of past, since it's part of humanities, where people's perspective or behavior are eternal, or we cannot gauge it we cannot measure it, because the way people think, the way people use theory, the way people study a particular thing, it's evolving. Okay, so that's why we have this developmental view of the past or the changing nature of history. Then nowadays, since we are part of this very challenging post-truth, post-fact world because of globalization, because of technology, it's really hard for us to understand what is right, what is wrong. That's why in the use of social media, it's really hard to comprehend the kind of legitimate past that we need to understand. But don't get me wrong, it's also a way to boost your understanding, because with the use of technology or social media, we can easily search things. Okay, but it's too dangerous because of the idea of technological advances and the spread of fake news, historical revisionism, and historical amnesia. So I'll give you a good example. The Marcoses, sorry for the pro Marcos here. The Marcoses, they hired, they paid the Cambridge Analytica. It's actually a good discussion about the use of algorithm in changing our ideas about the past, or about the truth itself, not only in history but also in other fields of inquiry. So the Marcoses paid the Cambridge Analytica. It's an algorithm company, a company that work on algorithm and internet, in order to boost their presence in the internet positively, since in the past years they received a lot of criticisms when it comes to their educational background and attainment. People questioned their educational attainment before, right? So it's their way to empower their families, to regain their names in the current time, no? The elite, they pay people, they use technology in order to navigate our historical understanding. So that's why people should be aware about this kind of transaction or conflicts in history. Then we have the concept of historical distortions. Actually, all of this, historical revisionism, historical amnesia, fake news, it's all about historical distortions, because the world today, it's all about distortion. It's all about conflicts. It's all about various issues happening, but it's also, it's both boon and bane. It's like a double-edged sword that has negative and positive impact. Of course, on the negative side, we are prone to the consumption of fake news. We always have the tendency to become a revisionist and just believe on the present information in the internet or in social media. But on the positive side, it gives us an opportunity, okay, a platform to talk, okay, because we're entering the digital world, and everything here can be a participant, of course, with the use of internet and computer. But the thing is, everything is more inclusive and more open because of globalization, because of the current technological advancement that we're entering as a 21st century global citizen. So what about Rizal? I know for most of the students taking the course, it's quite ambiguous and very vague. Why? Because we're talking about a lot of years, and just this year we're celebrating the 160th birth anniversary of Jose Rizal. So even the idea of a foremost national hero is a question. But the thing is, we should maximize the materials, okay, the potential of this course, in order for us to understand our nationalistic sentiment and to discover more of our identity as a Filipino people. So I find this topic very interesting because 160 years are quite huge. It's quite long. During the day when Rizal was born, and the time when he and other ilustrados wrote something about reformation, about radical movements, revolutions in the Philippines, and during the time of the Katipuneros who fought for our independence. Where are we right now? Right? We're still remembering Rizal, Bonifacio during their days, right? Or just for the attendance for this mandated course by CHED. Okay, so we need to reflect on the importance of this national celebration, the monuments, the engagements, the commemoration, because we are doing this not just for mere remembering of their heroism, but also seeing on our vantage point as a simple human. I think that's one of the major factors why we tend to distance ourselves from these heroes, because we believe that they're superficial, that most of them are unique on their own way, and we cannot level ourselves to them. No, I think my students can discuss more about this, because I'm allotting one session in my discussion in this kind of topic. But what I would like to imply is we need to see our heroes such as Jose Rizal, diba, as the same as us. Okay? Na meron din silang kamalian, na hindi sila perpekto, na etong mga bayani na to ay tao lang din katulad natin, diba? Like what Glock 9, not Glock 9. I forget the title, but pasensya na, tao lang nagkakamali. I forget it's one of my favorite rap song. But the thing is, it's the idea of humanizing these heroes. Okay, they're not superficial. They're most likely the same as us. So doon tayo tutungtong sa discussion na ito. Because we have this idea of Rizal as a superhero, diba? The monument tells you the kind of power Rizal embodied as as a Filipino humanizer, or even a very brilliant individual who can spoke a lot of languages, a polyglot, and a traveler. No, he even Rizal was really brilliant, and I think it's a good way to jumpstart our understanding about this key national figure. But don't limit our understanding of Rizal on that way, because Rizal was also a human like us, 'di ba? Nang bababae nga rin siya, nakipag-fling-fling din siya sa Europe. And Europe is the land of liberation and being free. So I can feel Rizal's experience when he was here in Europe, and the kind of decisions that he made. I can say that it's really important to assess those things, because makikita natin na tao lang talaga din siya. Okay, so let's proceed on the retraction issue. So what about the truth and the myth? Okay, so we have this idea that retraction is very important, whether Rizal retracted or he accepted the fact that before his death he need to become Catholic again by retracting all of his works and removing himself from the Masonry. Okay, so that's the issue about retraction. It's not about Rizal as what you call this, as a Christian or not. Okay, he died Catholic, as a Christian, no question with that. But the thing is, in the retraction issue, it's about his work, about his retraction, yung pagbabawi niya ng mga naisulat niya, mga negative comment, opinion of Jose Rizal to the friars. Okay, kasi yun yung mahalaga sa mga pare na nakausap niya o sa mga nakasalamuhan niya bago siya mamatay. At kung ni-remove niya ba yung sarili niya sa masoneria. Okay, because that's the kind of issue during that time. It's really about the Catholic versus the Masonry, compared to what we experience nowadays, that there sometimes you can find a Mason who is also connected in what is this Catholic movement, Knights of Columbus. So nowadays we have this very lax treatment about the ideologies or the practices of these two. But during Rizal's time, ang laki ng conflict between the Masonry and the church. So the issue is about Rizal's work. If he retracted his opinions, his comments on the philocracy about the church, and if he removed himself from the Masonry. And it was started. It was a series of letters and documents actually discovered first by the friars. So because it was them who really believed that Rizal was retracted. Okay, so the first letter was found by Father Manuel Garcia in the year 1935. So in the letter, it says, "I declare myself a Catholic, and in this religion in which I was born and educated, I wish to live and die. I retract with all my heart whatever in my words, writings, publication, and conduct has been contrary to my character as a son of the Catholic Church," Rizal said. So as proud Catholic, and he was born and raised with a Catholic family, I think it's important to reflect on the idea of Rizal as a Catholic or as a Christian. Why? Because here, since Rizal's Calamba days, we can find the importance of the Catholic teaching and the use of the what you call this, the Bible, the inspiration of the Bible and the use of religion in order to boost Rizal's global understanding, or Rizal's comparative analysis of the local customs and Spain. Why? Rizal's inspiration to write Noli and Elfili was Bible, one of his inspirations. Okay, so may lima yun actually. Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Wandering Jew by I forgot the author, but later, Wandering Jew. Another is yung kay Dumas, the Count of Monte Cristo, one of his favorite works of literature. Basta 5 yun, then we have the Bible. So dito niyo makikita na ang laki ng influence ng Catholicism. Okay? Actually, it's not only for Rizal, but most of the ilustrados or the elite during the Spanish colonial times, because they're the level of they're the group in the society during the time who consume most of the Western tradition or Western culture. That's why they're the first ones to be baptized or to be Christianized and to read the Bible because they can understand Spanish, etc. So dito sinasabi ng document, Rizal, document owned by the Catholic Church or discovered by the Catholic Church, Rizal retracted. Okay, and of course there are so many issues about it, but we can come up with the idea that the Catholic Rizalists approved this idea of retraction because they believe that Rizal was an important member of the society. So therefore, having him under the mother church will boost the presence of the Catholic missionaries in the Philippines, and even the acceptance of the Filipinos, the locals, to the Catholic Church, because Rizal influenced a lot of people. Okay, even up to today's time. So we have this huge approval coming from the Catholic Rizalists. Then we have this series of changes and what you call this proof of Rizal's retraction. One of funny thing is Rizal's marriage with Josephine Bracken, his what you call this his wife, alleged wife, and what you call this mother of his son, whom he met in Dapitan when he was exiled there for years. So there are also not a few people who believe that the autobiography of Josephine Bracken, written on February 22nd, 1897. So the thing is, there's another proof about Rizal's retraction through the autobiography of Josephine Bracken, since Bracken and Rizal became partner, and they even settled in Dapitan. Josephine documented the idea that they were married under the Catholic rites, and if they've undergone this Catholic marriage, one of the what you call this one of the requirements was to retract his work, okay, for Rizal. So yeah, and some people they're not using this autobiography of Josephine Bracken. Then we have this Archbishop Bernardino Nozaleda, who also brought up the idea of a letter written by Rizal, his retraction letter, a day before his death. Then of course the Father Balaguer's version and the forgery attached to it. I think our viewers, especially my fellow speakers, can also attest on that forgery thing. But it's common in history, even in other countries. They have the so-called forgery issue. Then Rizal wrote his retraction after making some modification in the document. So this was the content of the retraction letter before his death. So in his retraction, he disavowed Masonry and religious thoughts that oppose Catholic belief. So in contrary to most of the textbooks, this retraction issue brought by Nozaleda and Father Balaguer, and whom Rizal confessed to Father P.O.P., there are witnesses present in this signing of his retraction letter. When he wrote the retraction in his prison cell in Fort Santiago, and when he signed the letter, there are people present. Okay, I think a study made by Dr. Augusto de Viana can support. Can give you more discussion or idea about this people present during Rizal's last day when he wrote his retraction letter. Then the first text was published in La Voz Española and Diario de Manila on the very day of Rizal's execution, 30th of December, 1896. So the first text was circulated, and it reached even as far as Spain and other parts of Europe. And in the home country, it was multiplicated in various sense. So the second text appeared in Barcelona, Spain, noong February 14, 1897, in the fortnightly magazine La Juventud. So it's a famous magazine run by youth in Madrid or in Spain during early part of 19th century. And it was Balaguer who wrote something about the retraction published in this magazine. And we know that the reproductions of the lost original had been made by the copyists who could imitate Rizal's handwriting. And this was revealed by Father Vicente Balaguer. So this was the issue that I'm mentioning earlier, the idea, the kind of what you call this, changes because of the missing document. So therefore, since the Catholic Church would like to, to really highlight the fact that Rizal retracted, they hired someone, a copyist, forgeries, to rewrite Rizal's letter. Okay, I think you're on the left side. That's the letter. So this is the exact copy had been received. This exact copy had been received by Father Balaguer. One moment. Let me check the chat. Okay. Received by Father Balaguer in the evening immediately preceding Rizal's execution. So this exact copy was circulated to the whole members of the whole regular members of the Catholic clergy, the Catholic Church, and actually it's just a version. Sorry, it's just a version who circulated, and the exact copy was kept by the authorities. And here we have one of Rizal's famous autobiographies, writers, Wenceslao Retana. So in Retana's biography of Rizal entitled Vidas Escritos y Doctor Jose Rizal, Retana also mentioned the idea of Rizal really retracted, and there are witnesses on that occasion. And in this aspect, I would like to another is the other side, the opponent of the Catholics. These are the Masonry. So we all know that Rizal joined the Masonry in Europe, and this is where Rizal received a more liberal and open understanding of the world, especially the Bible itself. Okay, because the Masonry advocated for a different way of reading the Bible, not with the traditional, very conventional way as dealt by the Catholic clergies or the apologetics. So it's really important to highlight the role of the Masonry for Rizal's takeaways as a radicalist and a reformist during 19th century. Why? Because the role of the Masonry that he met in Europe highlight the freedom and equality that was happening in Spain during 19th century. Kaya nga na-compare ni Rizal yung pamamalakad ng mga Spanish authorities sa Pilipinas kumpara sa Espanya. That's why we can really say that he's just asking for reformation. Why? Because he's hoping that, probably if the Spaniards can learn from our experience about the oppression, about the abusive authorities, Spanish authorities in the colonial Philippines in the Far East, the Spanish court or the royalty in Spain can sanction changes, and perhaps we can receive reformation from them. Because while in Europe, nakita nila na iba yung uri ng pamamalakad ng mga Kastila sa Europa. He Rizal and other Ilustrados, they wanted to acquire that kind of colonial vibe, because what Spain did in other territories was actually different compared to the Philippines. So here makikita natin yung Masonry. It's one of the major group who really challenged the Spanish authorities in Spain in order to leverage on a balance and a not so oppressive authority for the people in Spain. So makikita natin na sobrang halaga ng Masonry, the works of the Masonry, the practices, the teachings, and even Rizal's connection through the Masonry in order to advance his ideas about Reformation movement and his critique on the Catholic Church and Freilocracy. Okay, it's very Masonry. So what about Rizal's retraction? Most of the time, students believe on the idea that we need to have a debate about it, that we need to separate things. Who are the pros and who are the cons, and what are their arguments. Okay, we always have that kind of activity or discussion about Rizal's retraction. So therefore, I would like to share Savra's comment about it. So it's a plain, unadorned fact of history, having all the marks and indication of historical certainty and reality in his book, The Historicity of Rizal's Retraction. Zapra mentioned this, that if you will just look on the idea of did Rizal really retracted his works and remove himself from the Masonry, it's just a lame question, because wala namang mababago sa kahirapan ng Pilipinas, sa ating pagkahulma sa ating identidad bilang Pilipino, kapag nalaman natin kung nag-retract ba siya o hindi. Okay, but of course, we need to understand the content of the document, and we need to leverage on a bigger picture of understanding, whether understanding of it. And what is that? Acceptance. That Rizal was not a superhero who has a lot of powers, very perfect, unique. Rizal, we need to humanize Rizal. Okay, not distancing ourselves from Rizal, because sabi ko kanina, 'di ba, tao lang din siya. So maybe during his last hours, last day, he wanted to feel peace. 'Di ba? Gusto niya ng peace of mind bago siya mamatay, kaya totoong nag-retract siya, kasi yun ang sinasabi sa documents, 'di ba? Or maybe gusto niyang pakasalan talaga si Josephine Bracken, 'di ba? Kaya totoo yung retraction ni Rizal, 'di ba? Or maybe hindi totoo yung retraction ni Rizal kasi he's trying to protect his what you call this, his name, because we all know that Rizal was found of the idea that the world, the Filipino people will study him even as early as a child, di ba? Iniisip na ni Rizal yun. So I don't know kung anong sasabihin ko, but as a student of history, we need to let the documents speak. Okay, so these are some words of Dr. Deviana, who also believed that Rizal retracted. So let's proceed with the important part of my presentation about the time. Okay, I will make it quickly. Who are the public? Okay, so in this presentation, my definition of public should come in two ways. One as a document, and another one, three ways. One as a document, another one is people, and the last one is engagement. Okay, so documents, later on I'm going to share an important document in order to understand more on the retraction issue of Rizal, and not only on the retraction issue, but any other historical controversies in the Philippines. And that document highlight eyewitnesses. Okay, some simple materials such as documents, letters, records, done by the public. So when you say public, these are the unknown people, the masses, the unsung, the marginalized, who are not usually highlight in the writing of history. Okay, so tayo yun, or the general public. Then we have the people, and it's you, the general public, the people who are always being left alone in the study of history, or being left, sorry, not left alone, being left on the study of history, and being removed on the discussion, because in the vantage point of a traditional academic history perspective, it should be in the ivory tower, right? It should be galvanized by methods, historiography, in order to understand the historicity of the past. So mali yun ngayon, diba? That's why we wanted to have an inclusive understanding of the past. We wanted to engage the public. We wanted to ask contributions from them in order to, to supplement a more bigger picture of viewing or reconstructing the past. Then engagement. It's not only about the academics, but the public should also engage in the understanding of history, because the public can give us different perspectives as well, and it can contribute on contribute on the experiences, which is, hindi masyadong nararanasan ng mga scholars, because they're just depending their work on the materials. Okay. So here, it's actually not a new document, but it was just presented to the general public in early 1990s. In early 1990s, but it was 2011 when NCCA really launched something about this document. So I would like to share this Cuerpo de Vigilancia collection. So it's the Cuerpo de Vigilancia. It's actually an office. Okay, it's a spying office established by the Spanish colonial state in 1895. To man the people, and to become spy and report every aspects of Filipino engagement during the latter part of Spanish colonialism. So this is very important because these are the works of spies, right? Hindi natin sila kilala, and they're writing about the dynamics of power or engagement in Katipunan or in Manila and different parts of the Philippines during Spanish colonial times. So it was popularly known as Katipunan and Rizal documents, though the major highlight of the document is about the the revolutionary period. It covers an important documents about Rizal and the Katipunan, particularly the leader Andres Bonifacio. So in Spanish, and so the original title is Documentos, Copias Impresos y Otros Papeles del Katipunan y de la Insurrección Filipino. So as the title implies, it's about the documents, printed materials, and other papers of the Katipunan and the Filipino resurrection collected by various hired people to spy Manila during Spanish colonial times. So it was purchased by the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, NCCA, who also helped to organize this event. Thank you very much, NCCA. So, and I think the first speaker introduced the Constitution, and it really sanctioned, about the role of the NCCA as sanctioned by the Constitution, okay, to propagate and to disseminate heritage, cultural knowledge for and from the Philippines. So therefore, they purchased this material in a huge amount of money. So the material was actually kept by Moreno. Okay, so the documents consist of printed materials, transcript, confidential reports, newspaper clippings from Spanish and Philippine dailies, newspapers, and magazines, as well as photographs. So I only have 3 example here, but I would like to emphasize on this, not usual source of history, because in the Philippines, most of the students, they're only relying on textbook. We're only relying on a book about our magazine or TV news about the study of our past. But beyond those limited sources, we can also highlight these personal or public documents, that can supplement our understanding of history. Okay, so these are printed materials. So hindi porket printed ay formal. So it can also be just sketches, drawings, transcripts of reports, confidential reports collected from the Katipunan government, newspaper clippings in various languages, both in local and in Spanish, etc. So it was set up in 1895, and the cuerpo was headed by Federico Moreno. Okay, and the intelligence report were relayed to the Governor General through Manuel Luengo, then Governor Civil de Manila. So you can find, the importance of this document during the late part of the Spanish colonial times, because the reports, just consider these reports or collected materials of the cuerpo as something that can influence the policy that will be undergone by the Spanish colonial government in the Philippines during the latter part of their stay in the country. So yung pag-iispiya, yung pangolekta ng mga dokumento na to ay hindi pinapaalam sa public. By the way, it's a private collection, but the documents are public. Okay, the documents came from the public, but it was part of a private collection. And whose collection? This guy. So he's a Filipino, but the thing is, this Madrid-based Filipino lawyer historian who also taught at the University of Santo Tomas. I don't know the first speaker knew about Molina, but I think he's quite famous in UST. Had attested to the documents' authenticity and legitimacy of Montero's ownership, the one who acquired the documents. So Molina, as a diplomat stationed in Madrid, he discovered about this collection in the archives, and he attested that the documents are legit and important to learn more about Philippine Revolution during the late part of the Spanish colonial time. So it was Isagani Medina and Samuel Caytan, historians and soon to be heads of NCCA, who also attested on the important value of the document. So therefore, that's the reason why NCCA purchased these documents. So the importance of the cuerpo in historical study cannot be overemphasized, as mentioned by Bernardita Churchill, former president of PNHA, Philippine National Historical Association, said that provided was useful in reconstructing the revolutionary period, a very significant period of the country's history as it deals with the struggle for national independence. So perhaps it's one of the missing pieces of the puzzle of our past when it comes to the revolutionary period, because it's really a lot. Okay, conflicting issues, especially the documents, those written by the Spaniards, the priors, and those written by the locals, such as the Ilustrados and other other unknown people, okay, such as this document. So we need to empower this document so that we can use this in our understanding of history. Okay, so these documents were hidden for most of the time. It was only showcased, or it was only shared to the general public in the last last 2 decades, sorry. And now, even as early as now, many people are not introduced, or hindi natin alam yung documents na to, and which is mali dahil galing siya mismo sa public. Okay, so these are collected documents from the public that that can give us an idea that Rizal really retracted, because one of the Rizal collections of this cuerpo was a testament of a Guardia Civil who witnessed yung sinasabi ko kanina, when Rizal wrote his retraction, and even Dr. De Viana mentioned that these witnesses whom he found in the cuerpo were really instrumental to give us an idea about Rizal's retraction. Okay, that he really retracted because that it's really hard to forge or to change the content, because there are eyewitnesses, okay, who can attest about the content of the letter. But it's not important if Rizal retracted or not. Okay, the thing is, tao pa rin, hero pa rin siya. He sacrificed his life, and he authored outstanding literatures that spice up the spirit of the Filipino people in order to revolt for a long period of Spanish colonialism. And I think yun yung dapat nating tignan, not the idea of naging lame ba siya sa pagre-retract, because tao ka lang, during your last hours, if you wanted to die with peace of mind, I think I will also do the same. But the thing is, let's look on the kind of image that Rizal was, a hero who contributed in many ways, diba? Not only on this dark chapter or a dark spot of his past. So since we're into highlighting the role of public documents, I would like to share what we're doing in Yaman Digital History. So I co-founded this organization / a website, and we're actually online now. You can just search this in the internet, Yaman Digital History, and we hope you can contribute in this advocacy, not only the scholars but also the general public, di ba? Malay nyo, meron kayong kamag-anak na veteran during American period or Japanese occupation who have some badge or uniforms or important documents, materials during American period and Japanese occupation in the Philippines. You can contribute by submitting a picture or sharing your collections through the Yaman Digital website. Pakita ko lang saglit yung website. So this is our website, and I'm encouraging you to browse the website and contribute through clicking this one. So just click this contribute, and you will be directed on this part where you can accomplish this Google form, and you can easily share your document. So here we wanted to challenge the public to become engaging and to contribute in the discussion, because most of the time it's the academics, and I think that's the weakness of Philippine history in the Philippines. Academics na nga yung perspective, yung dominant perspective, wala masyadong communication or conversation with the public. So through the Yaman Digital History, we wanted to share the documents, the materials on a specific history of the Philippines, which is American and Japanese colonization, and we wanted to become a platform in order to have a conversation with the general public and the scholars, the academic, so that we can come up with a more critical and more inclusive take about the study of history. And your contribution is really important. So therefore, we wanted you to volunteer as well. So if you have interest in the study of history, especially American and Japanese period, why not join Yaman and contribute and become a volunteer as well? So you can reach us. What's wrong? So yeah, these are some features of the website. So just help yourselves browse the website, though we only have limited collection here because we just launched the project last week, and we're expecting to have contributions from the general public. So please help us in order to empower the next generation of Filipino thinkers and improve our digitalization and digitization of our historical materials. So so that's Yaman. So therefore, we're empowering public documents here. Some key takeaways. So even though it would be easy to say he retracted all that he wrote about the church, it still did not change the fact that his writings began the wheels of change in Philippine colonial society during the Spanish period, a change that led to our independence, a change that led to our independence. The retraction is just one aspect of the life, works, and writings of Rizal. So this was true. It's according to Dr. Vic Torres na hindi dapat nating tignan yung issue ng retraction kung maniniwala tayo na malamya na si Rizal porket nag-retract siya. Diba? Mas tignan natin yung issue or contribution ni Rizal in Philippine history in a bigger picture, which started as early as his Ateneo days. Okay? Tapos itong isang scene lang sa buhay niya, magiging malamya na yung tingin natin sa kanya. Hindi, no? So same with other heroes, not only Rizal. If we discovered something about them, I think it's about time to accept those faults, those mistakes, or those shortcomings, because in that way we can humanize these heroes. Okay. And the controversy whether the national hero wrote a retraction document only lies in the judgment of its reader. Okay, yeah. If you're a hardcore Catholic, I think you firmly believe that Rizal really need to retract. Why? Because through that you can support the idea of presence of Christianity in the Philippines and the huge impact of Christianity to Rizal's life. But hindi dapat yun. Or if you're part of the Mason, of course you will believe that Rizal did not retract because he loved the idea of brotherhood or friendship that lies within the organization. But it's not about that. It's being critical and looking at different picture of it and try to see Rizal as a real human and someone who really contributed to the Philippines, not erasing it with this kind of issue. So therefore, through this presentation, I highlight social history of ordinary people, or we're into highlighting the social history of ordinary people during the revolutionary period by empowering their voices through reading and understanding the available sources about them. So perhaps it's about time to remove on the ivory tower kind of discussion of history and try to empower more the public so that we can have a more inclusive discussion about the past. So that's all. Thank you very much. And again, I would like to invite you to visit our website, like and share our FB page. And we also have an IG. So please support Yaman Digital History and be an empowered public so that you can contribute to the discussion and the discourses in Philippine history. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Jefferson po. Maraming salamat po sa makabuluhang pagtalakay sa buhay ni Rizal at doon sa kontrobersiya na umikot sa kanya na para sa marami ay sa palagay nila ay makapagpabawas doon sa identidad ni Rizal bilang bayani. No? Muli hinikayat namin ang publiko kayo na audience na bumisita sa Yaman Digital History, no, na pinangungunahan ni Sir Jefferson Mendez po sa pamamagitan ng link na https / yamandigitalhistory.com/home. Siguro i-chat natin ito sa chat box. Okay, ayan, nandyan po yung link. So kung mayroon kayong panahon, no, maaring pakibisita ito. At kaunting patalastas lamang, inaanyayahan namin kayo sa ika-10 ng Hulyo, no, next week sa Sabado, 1:00 ng hapon at hanggang 5:00 ng hapon uli para sa Rizal webinar na pinamagatang Talas at Talab sa pagpapalaya sa harayan ni Dr. Jose P. Rizal, na kung saan magkakaroon tayo muli ng makabuluhang diskusyon hinggil kay Rizal, no, bilang partisipasyon sa 160 anibersaryo ng kapanganakan ni Rizal. Ang anunsyo ay ilalabas sa Lyceum of the Philippines, University Manila Facebook page sa mga susunod na araw. Muli maraming salamat Sir Jeff, at para naman sa pagpapakilala sa ika-4 na tagapagsalita, narito si Ginoong Odran Rev Guillermo, guro sa DSSLM, upang ipakalala ang ating tagapagsalita. Sir Odi.
Ayan, maraming salamat Sir Nico. Muli isang maulang hapon sa ating lahat. Isang karangalan po na ipakilala sa inyo ang ating susunod at huling tagapagsalita para sa ating programa ngayon. Ang magbabahagi ng kanyang kaalaman at pagkadalubhasa ay isang scholar ng bayan sa kadahilanang siya ay produkto ng Politeknikong Universidad ng Pilipinas at nagtapos ng Bachelor of Arts in History. Sa kasalukuyan, siya ay kumukuha ng kanyang Master of Arts in Philosophy sa Divine Word Mission Seminary. Isa sa kanyang mga akademikong karanasan ay ang pagtuturo sa iba't ibang universidad tulad ng Polytechnic University of the Philippines sa Maynila at sa kasalukuyan ay nagtuturo din sa Adamson University. Siya rin ay museum curator sa Batangas State University. Kalakip din ng kanyang pagiging dalubhasa ang mga pananaliksik at pagpresenta ng kanyang pag-aaral sa iba't ibang komperensya at forum. Kabilang na ang kanyang papel na may pamagat na Katawang Babae at Imahenaryo ng Nasyon na inilimbag sa online journal ng history ng University of Santo Tomas Department of History. Maging ang kanyang artikulo na pinamagatang Si Rizal, ang Manok at ang Mito na napili naman ng National Commission on Culture and the Arts na mapabilang sa programang Reading the Regions, Philippine Folk and Oral Tradition. Mga ginigiliw kong tagapakinig at tagapanood, ating pong tunghayan si Professor Roland Makawili.
Hi, good afternoon to all. Okay. Before anything else, I would like to know if I can be heard clearly.
Yes po sir, narinig po, malinaw po.
Sige, mag-share na ako ng aking presentation. Disabled yung screen sharing. How can I share my presentation?
Sir Nolly?
Kanina, karugtong lang ng diniscuss ni Mr. Mendez yung aking presentation, habang diniscuss niya yung iba't ibang sigalot tungkol sa napaka-controversial na kabanata sa buhay ni Rizal, tumutukoy sa retraksyon. Okay? Ang aking lektura naman ay tungkol sa pagbabanggaan ng iba't ibang perspektiba tungkol sa Rebolusyong Pilipino. Sige. Ayan. Share. Okay. So the title of my presentation is Philippine Historical Strike, Class Analysis, and the Philippine Revolution. Ang aking ibabahagi ay preliminaryong resulta lamang ng ilang pag-aaral tungkol sa iba't ibang historiador, Pilipinong historiador, tungkol sa Rebolusyong Pilipino. Okay. Okay, so let me define first what historical strife is. Now, it refers to a debate among historians about the Holocaust and the impact of remembrance of Germany's Nazi past on national identity in the Federal Republic of Germany in the present. So that's historical strife. Essentially, this refers to the conflict among historians. Okay, so how can we make sense of these? According to Mary Nolan, the historical strife is much more than an academic exercise. It is a part of a larger controversy about the political uses. Take note of that, and I think I have to emphasize that. The political uses of history and the relationship between historical consciousness and identity. Okay? So, talikdan na natin yung pantasya na value-free ang kasaysayan. Now, we're writing or we're dealing with history for the sake of history itself. There's no such thing. Laging political ang pagbabasa. pagbabasa at maging ang pagsulat. Now, the politics of history can be seen in one episode of Philippine history, one of the episodes in Philippine history that is deemed contentious and has been the cornucopia of controversies, and that is the Philippine Revolution 1986 and 1987. Well, hanggang ngayon naman, minumulto pa rin tayo ng Rebolusyong Pilipino. Hindi matapos-tapos ang hiringan tungkol dyan. Okay? Pero ang tanong natin, bakit ba ganun kaligalig ang mga historiador, maging yung mga hindi naman historiador, tungkol sa Rebolusyong Pilipino? Now, let me introduce Benedict Anderson. No? Si Benedict Anderson ang isa sa mga siya talaga ang nagpakana ng konsepto ng imagined community, no? Parang namali yata ako ng pagkakasalansan. Okay, imagined community. The principle behind this is that the nation does not exist physically. It does not exist materially. It exists through the imagination. Our belonging to a nation is a product of imagination. No? So, mahalaga yung Rebolusyong Pilipino kasi ito yung isa sa mga bihikulo para mahirayan natin, ma-imagine natin na tayo ay kabilang sa isang bansa, sa isang bayan. So, yan yung gamit ng kasaysayan. So, that sort of imagination is possible through, culture and the appreciation of history. Okay? So, ano nga ba yung history, no? So, history, okay? Ang history ay tumutulay o pwede ko sabihin, namamangka sa dalawang ilog, no? Yung pagiging makaagham ng kasaysayan at yung pagiging malasining ng kasaysayan. Okay? So, yan. Nandun siya sa boundary ng dalawang yan. History is a science and at the same time an art. Okay? So, according to Keith Windschuttle, in his book, The Killing of History, history's credential as a science derive from three of its objectives. First, it aims to record the truth about what happened in the past. Second, it aims to build a body of knowledge about the past. And third, it aims to study the past through a disciplined methodology using techniques and sources that are accessible to others in the field. Okay? So, yun yung claim ng history. It is a science because it has its own methodology. No? Ang lahat ng kaalaman natin sa kasaysayan ay may batayan, may pinagmumulan o pinanggagalingan. Okay? Pero saan naman nanggagaling yung pagiging sining ng kasaysayan? No? Ang lahat ng kasaysayan ay sinusulat. Okay? Isa itong uri ng literatura. Okay? Isa itong uri ng humanidades. At kapag nauwi tayo sa humanidades, okay, nauwi din tayo sa dominance ng interpretation. Okay? Now, I would like to use here a statement by Friedrich Nietzsche, in opposition to positivism. And you know what positivism is? Positivism is all sciences claim to be positive. No? Meaning to say, lahat ng kaalaman dapat ay nakabatay sa karanasan na prinoseso ng lohika at ng common sense. That's positivism. Now, according to Friedrich Nietzsche, in opposition to positivism, which holds at phenomena and says there are only facts and nothing more, I would say no. Facts are precisely what is lacking. All that exists consists of interpretation. Okay? So ang lahat ay interpretasyon lang. Okay? So I think doon nagmumula yung pagiging contentious ng history. Sa kabilang banda, may batayan ang lahat ng sinasabi natin. Pero sa isang banda, no? Sa isang banda, lahat ng sinasabi natin ay merong batayan. Pero sa kabilang banda, lahat naman ay interpretasyon lang. Okay. Now, let me discuss the perspectives on revolution. Sa pagsusuri, maaari nating ihanay ang mga perspective sa pamamagitan nito. Ayan. So we have the traditional perspective, the nationalist perspective by Teodoro Agoncillo and Renato Constantino. Tapos kailangan kong ihiwalay yung nationalist perspective ni Milagros Guerrero. And of course, the culturalist perspective by Reynaldo Ileto and Zeus Salazar. So mamaya, kilalanin natin kung sino-sino ang mga historians na yan. So that's Gregorio Zaide. He is regarded as the dean of Philippine historiography. He's the, the Dora the Explorer of Philippine historiography. Kung saan siyang luparot siya pumunta para maghanap ng dokumento. Okay? And in fact, meron siyang compendium na binubuo ng mga Philippine documentary sources. Ilang volumes yun. May ahalin tulad to sa Blair and Robertson, volumes. And of course, Nicolas Zafra, right? Once a department chair of Department of History ng UP Diliman. At kanina nabanggit din sa unahan si Leandro Fernandez na I think guro ng lahat ng karamihan sa narito. Guro siya ni Gregorio Zaide, ni Zafra, at maging ni Teodoro Agoncillo, si Leandro Fernandez. Now, traditional perspective used Rankian historiography. Okay. And Rankian historiography emphasizes the use of documentary source. No? Diyan magmumula yung popular adage na if there's no document, there's no history. Kilala din si Leopold von Ranke na sabi, only to say how it really was. No? Sabihin mo lang po ano yung nangyari. Okay, so according to the traditional perspective, no, marami silang sinabi tungkol sa Philippine Revolution. But due to time constraint, I will be giving you samples only. Okay. Sa traditional perspective, no, ang dahilan daw ng revolution ay yung pagbukas ng Suez Canal. No? That came from the opinion of Governor General Camilo Polavieja. The Governor General was interviewed by Taon, no? TEMPS, no? A newspaper. At sinabi niya doon na sa sapantahan niya, mukhang ang Revolusyon Pilipino ay idinahilan ng pagbubukas nga ng Suez Canal. Dahil sa pamagitan ng Suez Canal, tulad ng alam din naman natin mula sa mga textbook na binasa natin, dito nag-umpisang pumasok sa Pilipinas ang mga ideya ng liberalismo, no? Kalayaan, no? Yung tatlong filosofiya ng French Revolution, no? Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Okay? So importante daw yung pagbubukas ng Suez Canal. Okay. So enlightenment, diyan po sa pamagitan ng pagbubukas ng Suez Canal, lahat ng ideals o karamihan ng ideals ng enlightenment, no, ng mga tinatawag na philosoph, okay, ay naumpisang masingkot ng mga Filipino. Pero dito ko rin sasabihin na yung claim na yon na ang Suez Canal, ang pagbubukas ng Suez Canal ang dahilan ng Philippine Revolution, meron na kaagad class analysis doon. Kasi kung susuriin natin, okay, ang talagang nakinabang lang, no, sa biyaya ng enlightenment, sa mga aral ng enlightenment, ay isang uri lamang ng tao sa Pilipinas. At ito yung mga ilustrado, yung mga mayayaman na edukado pa. Well, of course, during those times, education was a privilege. No? Itong mga pribilesadong taong to, ang talagang nakasinghot, nakadama ng biyaya ng enlightenment. No? Kitang-kita naman sa pormahan nila. Okay? Yeah. Ang ganyang interpretasyon, no? Na ang revolusyon daw ay ang dahilan ng Revolusyong Pilipino ay ang Suez Canal, isa sa mga dahilan, no, ay magpapatuloy hanggang sa nationalist perspective. No? Isa sa mga tagapagtaguyod ay si Teodoro Agoncillo. Okay? At syempre pa, si Renato Constantino. Kilalang kilala natin itong dalawang ito. Kasi may napapansin tayong pantitiri kay Gregorio Zaide. Kaya ang alternative natin ay itong dalawang ito, Teodoro Agoncillo at Renato Constantino. Now, let me discuss class analysis first. No? Kasi sa ilang mag-aaral, sa ilang critic, no, yung class analysis daw in Philippine history would start in the works of these two guys. No? So class analysis is a theoretical approach in the social sciences. It explores the determinants and consequences of social phenomena in terms of class and class relations. Class analysis views society as being divided into hierarchical strata that have unequal access to material resources, power, and influence. Okay, so again, according to some critics, class analysis in history started by these two historians. No? Pero sa akin, mukhang yung class analysis, makikita mo na rin hanggang doon sa mga nauna. No? Kina Fernandez at Zafra. Okay, so si Teodoro Agoncillo ang sumulat ng The Revolt of the Masses. Initially, it was an entry sa isang paligsahan, no, na inorganisa ng Republika ng Pilipinas mismo at siya yung nanalo. I think that happened in 1948. He won in 1948. Pero yung mismong libro, no, ay inilabas lamang ng UP Press noong 1956. So naghintay din ito ng 8 taon mula sa pagkakapanalo nito para maging isang ganap na libro. Okay. At yung halos Biblia na kung ituring na The Philippines a Past Revisited. Okay, by Renato Constantino. Okay, so on the 7th of July, 1892, Rizal was banished and exiled in Dapitan. On the same day, Katipunan was founded. Yan ang paniniwala nila. Well, tayo rin naman. No? Bago yung libro ni Jim Richardson, ang paniniwala natin, itinatag ang Katipunan matapos na ipatapon si Rizal sa Dapitan. To Agoncillo, the revolution of 1896 was led by Bonifacio, a proletariat. Sa original manuscript, no, ginagamit pa talaga ni Teodoro Agoncillo yung mga terms na yan, proletariat. Pero sa mga isinalibrong edisyon, medyo binago niya yung termino. So sa original na manuscript, ginagamit niya pa ito. So Bonifacio was a proletariat who had nothing to lose but its economic chains, no? May katunog siya, no? May katunog siya somewhere sa the Communist Manifesto, hindi ba? The revolution, Agoncillo theorizes, failed miserably in its aims and ideals of establishing an economic democracy. And its failure, if one is honest enough to admit it, was caused by the betrayal of the bourgeois intellectuals. The rebels welcomed the bourgeois intellectuals to their fold and made them practically the directors of revolutionary government. So dito natin makikita yung paghahati na, no, yung typical na paghahati ng lipunan sa dalawang uri, no, yung proletariat at yung burgesya. Sa revolusyon, no, ang paghihimagsik ay pinangunahan ng proletariado, ng proletariat, pero kalaunan ay pinamasukan ng burgesya at sa kalaunan ulit ay inagaw ito mula sa mga proletariado, no? So makikita dito sa naratibo yung oportunismo ng mismong burgesya. Okay? So ganyan yung lohika ng class analysis ni yung class analysis ni Teodoro Agoncillo. Okay? Yan din yung ipagpapatuloy, yung ganyang direksyon, yung ganyang lohika, ang ipagpapatuloy din ni Renato Constantino sa kanyang libro na The Philippines a Past Revisited. The inchoate desires of the people were responsible for the inchoate declarations of Bonifacio. It took the Ilustrados to give these desires more explicit form, and at the same time, they took care that the resulting creation would carry their imprint. Okay? Eventually, the revolution became a people's war under elite leadership. So ipinapakita yung mga burgesya, yung elite bilang mga usurper, no? mga agaw ng pakikipaglaban ng revolution mismo. Okay? So that's the nationalist perspective from Teodoro Agoncillo and Renato Constantino. Now, let me talk about the criticisms sa class analysis ni Teodoro Agoncillo at siguro pati na rin ni Renato Constantino. Mababasa natin sa Luzon at War ni Milagros Guerrero yung pagrereklamo na yung pagkakagamit ng salitang masses ay hindi ganun kalinaw, no? Sa mismong pagkakagamit ni Teodoro Agoncillo. Bourgeoisie, petit bourgeoisie, and proletariat, as well as group labels used in Philippine history such as Principalia, Ilustrados, Cacique, and Inquilinos have imprecise overlapping meanings, and each of these categories is internally differentiated. Okay? Now, according to Nicolas Zafra naman, no, there is much confusion in the author's mind as regards his categories. What he calls masses can be interpreted in many ways. So, yun yung problema nakita nito mga historiador nito sa pagkakagamit mismo ni Teodoro Agoncillo ng salitang masses. Pero ito nga yung dating niya. Nung lumabas yung manuscript ni Teodoro Agoncillo, may ilang sektor sa lipunan na ipananawagan na wag itong imprenta dahil ito daw ay naglalaman ng mga ideyang Marxista. Okay? Nung lumabas yung Revolt of the Masses noong 1956, no? Kabi-kabila yung natanggap na kritisismo dito, no? Mula sa Department of History mismo ng UP sa pangunguna ni Nicolas Zafra at maging sa ilang ahensya ng gobyerno. Isang tanyag na halimbawa dito ay ang librong ito, no, by Jose M. Hernandez and Simeon G. Del Rosario. No? Dito binabanggit, no, na ang libro ni Teodoro Agoncillo na Revolt of the Masses ay isang propagandang Marxista. Isa itong propagandang komunista. No? Kaya hindi dapat itong ilimbag para sa pagbabasa ng publiko. Okay? Okay, so the book as a Marxist literature. No? Now, maiintindihan natin kung bakit may ganong takot yung ilang ahensya ng gobyerno tungkol diyan, no? Kasi ilang taon pa lang no, matapos yung Red Scare noong 1950s, no, yung tinatawag na McCarthyism. Okay? Ito yung tendensya sa lipunang Amerikano noon na kung sa kasalukuyan, no, yung red tagging, ito yung panggigipit dati sa mga inaakalang mga komunista sa Estados Unidos. No, yung McCarthyism na yan, yung prinsipyo ng McCarthyism ay aabot din naman dito sa Pilipinas. At isa sa mga manifestasyon nito ay yung ginawang kritisismo nung dalawang taong ito. Isa dito ay grupa ni Agoncillo, no? So, yeah. Now, sa kabilang banda, no, let me read an assessment by Portia Leongson Reyes, no, about Agoncillo, no? And also the historians before Agoncillo. Ganito ang pagkakabasa at pagpapahulugan ko sa punto de vista ni Teodoro Agoncillo sa kanyang akda noong dekada 60, lalo na sa 70, ukol sa pagkakaganap ng himagsikang Pilipino. Tila bagang ang pagsusuri ng nabanggit na historiador ay halos inangkat niya ng buong buo mula sa pananaw at pagsasaalang-alang ng mga nasa kapangyarihan at o elite noong ika-19 na siglo. So malinaw na yung nationalist historiography ni Teodoro Agoncillo by form and content ay mula sa traditional historiography, mula sa mga pananaliksik ng traditional historiography. Okay? May kita dito sa assessment mismo ni Leongson Reyes, no? Alarumbaga ang mga nagsasalitang piling tao sa nabanggit na dandaon ay muli lamang nagsalita sa pamamagitan hindi lamang ng kasaysayan ni Agoncillo noong dekada 70, kundi ng mga nasulat ng mga nauna sa kanya, katulad ni Palma, Fernandez, Zaide at Sartre. Okay, so I think that's clear. No? National historiography ay pagpapatuloy lang by form and content, okay, ng traditional historiography. Now, ang tanong, ano yung idinagdag ni Teodoro Agoncillo sa mga ito? Kung mababasa natin yung Revolt of the Masses at yung libro ni Gregorio Zaide tungkol sa Philippine Revolution per se, at maging yung kanyang history of the Katipunan, by form and content, iisa lang din naman ang binabasa nila, ang sinasabi nila. Siguro sa aking pananaw, ang dinagdag ni Teodoro Agoncillo ay yung class analysis niya. Lalong-lalo na yung emphasis ng pagtatraidor, no, yung pagtatraidor ng mga ilustrado doon sa himagsikang Pilipino. In fact, isa sa mga kabanata ng Revolt of the Masses ay pinamagatan niyang the betrayal of the intellectuals. No? If you radicalize that, iisa lang din naman ang patunguhan niyan, the betrayal of the bourgeoisie. Okay? Na ang Revolusyong Pilipino ay nag-umpisa bilang revolusyon ng mga proletaryado, pero nung nakita ng burgesya na, teka, mukhang magandang tinutungo nito, pinasok nila ito, okay? At kalaunan ay inagaw ang direksyon nito. Okay? So, yun. Ngayon, let me discuss Milagros Guerrero naman, yung natatanging babae sa grupo na aking ibinigay. No? So si Milagros Guerrero ay dating estudyante ni Teodoro Agoncillo. That's why binilang ko pa rin siya bilang nationalist. Pero ano yung pagkakaiba ng kanyang perspektiba? habang kay Agoncillo ay malabnaw ang pagkakaiba-iba ng mga terminong ginamit, no? Si Milagros Guerrero naman ang nagpakita na teka lang, wag nating basta-basta husgahan naman yung elite. Okay? I think that's Milagros Guerrero's contribution, no? Yung pag-iingat, no? no? Yung pag-iingat sa paggawa ng judgment tungkol sa highly demonized class na ito, yung elite o yung tinatawag ni Agoncillo as the bourgeoisie or petty bourgeoisie. Now, ilan sa mga babalikan natin itong dalawang to, no? Okay. So mula sa artikulo ni Milagros Guerrero, we can read these lines, no? One of the most obvious and significant features of the political situation during the years 1898-1902 is the emergence or the emergence of these local elites as the real victors of the Philippine Revolution. Okay? So medyo naiiba. Ang talagang nagtagumpay doon ay itong mga local elites, no? From 1898 to 1902, that's post-Katipunan period nga, no? Ito na yung advent ng American imperialism sa Pilipinas, no? Ang ipinapakita sa atin sa wari ni Milagros Guerrero ay itong mga klase ng taong ito, no? The bourgeoisie, the elite, and the masses. Hindi ito mga uri ng tao na walang contradiction sa loob nila mismo. Kasi sa narration ni Agoncillo, kalimitang pinagbabangga yung dalawang uri ng tao, bourgeoisie at yung proletariat. Sa kasaysayan talagang magkalaban iyan sa interest man, sa kapangyarihan man, o etc. No? Magkabanggayan. Pero ang idinadagdag ni Milagros Guerrero ay ganito. Sa loob mismo ng dalawang uring ito ay may iba't ibang internal contradictions din. Okay? Among the elites ay meron ding contradiction, meron ding paglalaban o meron ding pagbabanggaan. Okay? Halimbawa nito, the elite of Western Visayas, however, did not intend to recognize the supremacy of the Malolos Republic. Tingnan nyo, yung elite ng Western Visayas, ng Kabisayaan, ay hindi agad-agad tinatanggap yung hegemonya, yung gahong ng Malolos Republic na alam naman natin, ito'y binubuo halos lahat ng kailitan, no? Local elites ng Katagalugan o ng Luzon. Okay? The officials of the Iloilo Provincial Revolutionary Government changed its name into Federal State of the Visayas and envisaged the region as an equal member of a federal system to be composed of the three major island groups of the archipelago. Thus, even as the prominent Iloilo leaders pledged their loyalty to the government in Luzon, one immediately senses from their protestations that they merely regarded Aguinaldo as the first among equals. Okay? So I think malinaw yun. Ang ginagawa ni Milagros Guerrero ay emphasize yung mga internal contradictions sa loob mismo ng highly demonized class na ito, no? Ng local elites, ng petty bourgeois o ng bourgeoisie as a whole. Okay. Now next, Reynaldo Ileto. Okay? So tumutungo na tayo doon sa culturalist tendencies naman o culturalist perspective. Now, Teodoro Agoncillo, bago nga pala ito, isa rin sa mga ideya na ipinapasok ni Milagros Guerrero sa ating kaalaman ay yung pagiging unang pangulo ni Andres Bonifacio. So sa isang artikulo, kasama yung iba pang historiador, they made the contention na si Bonifacio ang dapat na ituring na unang pangulo, no? Dahil may mga dokumento na nagsasabing o pinapangalanan siyang pangulo ng Haring Bayang Katagalugan. Okay? At bilang pangulo ng Haring Bayang Katagalugan, isa sa mga kapangyarihan niya ay magtalaga ng mga general. At yung pagtatalaga ng general ay gawain ng isang chief executive bilang pinuno ng sandatahang lakas. No? So mula dyan, malalaman natin, ma-realize natin na ang katipunan ay isang gobyerno na ba? Dahil meron itong sistema ng pagtatalaga ng mga general, no? Ng sandatahan, etc. So, let's go to Reynaldo Ileto. Si Reynaldo Ileto ay kilala bilang manunulat ng Passion and Revolution. This book is considered as one of the most influential books in Southeast Asian studies. No? Sa narrative pa ni Filomeno Aguilar, nung na-publish ang Passion and Revolution, nag-umpisang maging interesado ang mga dayuhan, yung mga foreign scholars about the Philippines. Okay? At pinag-aralan nila ang Pilipinas na ang unat-unang binabasa talaga ay ang Passion and Revolution ni Reynaldo Ileto. Okay, so what's with the book? Ang libro ay naglalaman ng panukala ng history from below. Okay? At yung history from below, lalo na, ay maaabot natin o magagawa natin sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng mga unconventional sources. Okay? So, balik tayo doon sa traditional school. No? Yung traditional school, ang ipinapanukala nito, dahil nga ito inspired ng Rankian historiography, dokumento lamang ang dapat na lunan, no, o pagmumulan ng anumang kaalamang pangkasaysayan. But here's the thing, no? There's a point in time when writing is a privilege. Ang pagsusulat mismo ay isang pribilehiyo. Nino? Ng mga nakapag-aral. No? And ergo, ng mga maalwan ng pamumuhay. Okay? Ang mababasa lamang sa mga dokumento ay ang kwento ng mga maaalwan, ng mga edukado. At kung uuriratin natin yung if there's no document, there's no history, sumusunod lamang na yung mga hindi nakapagsulat ay walang kasaysayan dahil wala silang dokumento eh. Okay? So the use of unconventional source. Now, isa sa mga unconventional source or sources na ginamit ni Reynaldo Ileto sa kanyang Passion and Revolution ay yung pasyon. Okay? At alam nyo naman ang pasyon, hindi ito tumutukoy o hindi ito witness sa anumang kaganapan, sa anumang pangyayari. Okay? At sigurado ako na lahat tayo dito ay alam ko ano ang pasyon. No? Ito yung inaawit tuwing mahal na araw, no? Na tinatampayan natin para makimerienda. Okay, so that's passion. Now, for me, no, yung Passion and Revolution is not much about history of an event. No? Hindi ito katulad ng kasaysayan, ng ibang kasaysayan na tumutukoy sa kaganapan. I think yung Passion and Revolution needs to be considered as a history of mentality. No? It is a history of consciousness. No? Pag-aaral ng kamalayan, kasaysayan ng kamalayan, or kung magpapakalalim pa tayo, peasants' Weltanschauung. Weltanschauung is worldview. No? Yung pananaw sa daigdig ng mga pesante, ng mga itinuturing na pobres y ignorantes, the poor and the ignorant. Okay? Now, doon sa Passion and Revolution, gamit yung pasyon bilang patayan, bilang source, no? Sinasabi na merong continuity of ideology, okay? Mula kay Hermano Pule, no, ng Cofradia de San Jose sa Tayabas hanggang sa Katipunan noong 1896 at maging sa mga millenarian movements ng millenarian movements, no? At ito ay post-Katipunan period na. No? So mayroong continuity of ideology, meaning the continuity of consciousness na ipinapahayag sa pamamagitan ng mga terminong ito. Lakaran, no? Sinasabi ni Reynaldo Ileto na kaya nagkaroon ng sigasig yung mga Pilipino na umanib sa revolusyon ay dahil nakikita nila ang mismong himagsikan, ang mismong katipunan bilang lakaran. Ano ba yung lakaran? Tumutukoy ito sa pagpasok ni Hesukristo sa wait lang, help me, hindi ako reliyosong tao. Pagpasok ni Hesukristo sa either Bethlehem or Jerusalem, yung inaalala natin tuwing may palaspas. Okay? So lakaran. Okay? So dahil tinitingnan daw nila na ang himagsikan ay patungo talaga sa katubusan. Okay? So, dyan din yung mga prinsipyo o konsepto ng kalayaan at ginhawa. Ang katubusan na magdudulot ng kalayaan at ang kalayaan na magdudulot ng ginhawa o kaginhawaan. Okay? So that's culturalist approach. Now, hindi agad-agad tinanggap sa akademya yung kanyang analysis, no? In fact, si Teodoro Agoncillo, kung mababasa ninyo yung transcription ng interview sa kanya ni Ambeth Ocampo, minamaliit niya yung revolt, yung passion and revolution. Sinabi niya na, naku, 10 taon lang mawawala yan. Well, mukhang mali si Teodoro Agoncillo. No? Dahil hanggang ngayon, sa kasaysayan naman, no, malakas pa rin ang impluwensya, no, ni Reynaldo Ileto, lalo na sa mga nakababatang historiador ngayon. Okay? At maging si Milagros Guerrero, no, ay may nasulat o isinulat na kritika tungkol naman sa Passion and Revolution. At ang kanyang kritika ay nagbigay diin sa paggamit ng mga unconventional sources na ito. At lalo na doon sa conclusions ni Reynaldo Ileto. Okay? Panguli sa aking lektura ay ayan, si Zeus Salazar, no? Ang tinaguri ang ama ng pantayong pananaw at ama ng bagong historiografiyang Pilipino. He's a historian and at the same time an ethnologist or anthropologist. Okay? Ang kanyang mga pananaw sa himagsikan ay mababasa natin sa ilan niyang aklat katulad ng si Andres Bonifacio at ang Kabayanihang Pilipino, ang Kartilya ni Emilio Jacinto at ang Diwang Pilipino sa Agos ng Kasaysayang at panghuli, Wika ng Himagsikan, Lengguwahe ng Revolusyon, mga suliranin ng pagpapakaulugan sa pagbubuo ng bansa. Kung kanina si Ileto ay gumamit ng mga unconventional source, no, para buuin yung kanyang Passion Revolution, I think si Salazar naman ang gumamit ng lapit interdisciplinaryo or interdisciplinary approach para saliksikin yung himagsikan. Naniniwala ako na talagang impluwensyado si Salazar ng tinatawag na Annal School ng Pransya at pinapanawagan na rin ng Annal School talaga yung pagiging interdisciplinaryo, yung paggamit ng iba pang disiplina katulad ng sosyolohiya, antropolohiya, linguistika, arkeolohiya at maging statistics. So, tingnan natin. Isa sa mga iskandaloso o kontrobersyal niyang claim ay itong nauna niyang artikulo sa Andres Bonifacio at ang Kabayanihang Pilipino. I think sagot ito sa nakaririn din ng tanong, sino bang dapat maging pambansang bayani? Si Jose Rizal ba o si Andres Bonifacio? Well, doon sa librong yon, tinukoy ni Salazar ang pagkakaiba ng dalawang konsepto, ng eroe at ng bayani. Ang eroe ay mula sa sibilisasyong Europeo, na ang pinakang halimbawa nito ay itong dalawang anak sa labas ng Diyos o ni Zeus. Yung Zeus na Diyos, no, ng Olympus. Anyway, so nandiyan si Hercules at si Perseus bilang mga halimbawa ng heroes ng European or Greek mythology. Diba? So bilang mga anak ng Diyos at bilang makapangyarihan din, pwede silang mag-isa. Pwede nilang iligtas yung community ng sila lang mag-isa. Okay? That's hero. Yung pagiging mystical, yung pagiging lagpas sa ordinaryong tao, at yung pagiging soloista, yung maaari kang magsulo sa pagtatanggol ng komunidad. No? At kalaunan, naging kaugnay na rin ng pagiging hero ang martiryo, no? Pagiging martir ng mga, halimbawa, ng mga santo, etc. Okay. Taliwas ito sa realidad ng kabayanihan o ng bayani sa lipunang Pilipino. No? Ayan. So, dibuho ito ng isang bayani na tatuan, na maraming patik sa katawan. No? Dahil ang bayani, ang isa sa mga gawain ng bayani ay ang paglahok sa pangangayaw o yung rating. At mahalaga sa kalinangang Pilipino yung pangangayaw dahil dito kumukuha ng ginhawa ang barangay sa pamamagitan ng pagkuha ng mga magiging alipin o ng anumang mapapakinabangan sa isang barangay patungo sa sarili mong barangay. Okay? Kapag nakakakuha ng alipin o kaya may napupugot na ulo yung bayani sa isang barangay, sa kabilang barangay, katumbas nun ang tato, kaya karaniwan ng kinatatakutan, and at the same time ginagalang ang bayani ng kanyang barangay dahil ang tato ay nagpapakita ng kung ilan na ang napatay niya, and therefore ilan na ang ginhawang naidulot niya sa barangay niya. Kaya siya ay ginagalang. So yun yung bayani. At dahil nga nakasentro sa pangangayaw ang kanyang gawain, hindi siya pwede mag-isa. Okay? Kailangan niyang may kasama. So yan yung bayani. So hindi na issue kay Salazar kung sino ang bayani. Si Rizal ay eroe. Si Bonifacio naman ay bayani. Well, ganyan ang linya ng kanyang argumento at ilan ang magre-react sa kanya. Pero hayaan na natin sila. Anyway, so pangalawa ay ito. Kapag ginalugad natin ang kalawakan ng pagsasakasaysayan o ideya ni Zeus Salazar tungkol sa kasaysayang Pilipino, matatagpuan natin yung ilang ganito, yung ilang diagram, no? Kung mayroon kayong libro diyan ng salin ni Zeus Salazar ng The Communist Manifesto, sa likod nun ay may napakahabang diagram ng kasaysayang Pilipino. So, makikita dito, no? And I think this is an expression of class analysis, no? Makikita dito yung dambuhalang pagkakahating pangkalinangan, no? So, nandiyan yung pagdating ng 1896, no? May dalawang pananaw na o may dalawang kamalayan na. Kamalayan sa bansa, no? Yung kamalayan ng mga ilustrado na ipinapahayag sa ideya ng nasyon, okay? At yung kamalayan ng katipunan na ipinapahayag naman sa dalumat ng haring bayan. Okay? So, nasyon, Pilipinas, Estadong Nasyonal, at ang haring bayan, Katagalugan at Inang Bayan. So, ang intensyon ng nasyon ay panatilihin yung struktura ng gobyerno, no? ang papalitan mo lamang ay yung mga tao. No? So mula sa sa mga Espanyol, ang mga mamuno na ay yung mga Filipino, no? Yung mga ilustrado mismo. Pero sa diwa ng Katipunan, yung Haring Bayan ay yung pagbabalikwas, no, ng lahat. Pagpapalit ng sistema at hindi lang ng sistema kundi ng mga tao. Okay? So maliwanag dito na noong ika-19 na taon ay may dalawang daloy na ang kamalayan sa Pilipinas. No? Ang patungo sa nasyon at patungo sa pagbubuo ng bayan. At hanggang ngayon, ang contradiction na yan ay magpapatuloy. No? Pagdidesisyonan pa lang kung ano yung magiging forma ng tinatawag nating bansa. Okay? So, yan yung pagkakaiba ng mga perspektiba ng mga historiador, no, tungkol sa Revolusyong Pilipino. Now, bilang panghuling bahagi ng aking lektura, no, at bilang ehersisyo na rin sa pamimilosopiya, itanong natin sa ating mga sarili, is propositionless history possible? Meaning to say, posible ba ang isang unprejudiced history, yung unbiased history na magsusulat ka pa lang ng kasaysayan, wala ka ng mga presuppositions sa utak mo, sa isip mo. Is that even possible? Kasi sa filosofiya, yan yung sinusubukang solusyonan ng tinatawag na phenomenology. No? Sa phenomenology, you let the thing speak for itself. Again, you let the thing speak for itself. Right? That's phenomenology. No? At mapagsasalita mo lang yung bagay kung aalisin mo, isususpend mo yung lahat ng judgment, presuppositions mo sa isip. That's phenomenology. No? Pero sa history, posible ba yun? No? Can you let the document speak for itself nang walang presuppositions tayo sa utak? Is that even possible? Okay? So habang pagtatalunan pa natin yan, narito ang isang sagot mula sa isang Italianong historiador na ang pangalan ay Benedetto Croce. Sabi ni Benedetto Croce, all history is contemporary history. Anong ibig sabihin niyan? Ang pagsusulat, ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan ay laging patungo sa kasalukuyan dahil tayo ang dapat nakinabang sa kasaysayan. Kaya sa tanong na is propositionless history possible, mukhang hindi siya posible dahil tayo bilang dapat na makinabang sa kasaysayan, no? Ginagawa natin kapag inipakinabang yung kasaysayan batay sa pangangailangan natin ngayon. At mag-iiba ito batay naman sa pangangailangan ng mga susunod pang henerasyon. Okay? So, well, conflicts among historians is as natural as breathing. No? Wala na tayong magagawa. So, I think that ends my lecture. Thank you very much at mag-ingat tayong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Roland Makawili sa iyong napaka masustansyang paglalahad ng hinggil sa historiografiya ng Philippine Revolution, no, na hanggang sa ngayon ay marami pa rin ang naguguluhan at marami pa rin ang nakikisangkot sa diskurso hinggil dito. So, sa hindi po pagtatagal, no, nariyan na po sa ating chat box ang ating evaluation link. Muli, ang evaluation link, ang mga sasagot sa evaluation link lamang po ang makatatanggap ng kanilang mga sertipiko. At paalala rin lamang po ng evaluation link ay bukas hanggang mamayang hating gabi or hanggang mamayang 12:00 ng hating gabi. At hindi na po ito available bukas. Muli, maaari nyo na po itong sagutan habang tayo ay nagkakaroon ng malayang talakalan. Okay, so sa ngayon, nagkaroon tayo ng 19 na tanong, no, para sa ating mga para sa ating mga tagapagsalita. Siguro magkakaroon tayo ng tig-isang tanong para sa kanila at kukuha din tayo ng isang tanong na pangkalahatan, no? So, mayroon akong nakitang mga nagtanong na tungkol sa history, no? Tungkol sa historian per se. So, unang tanong dito mula sa isang anonymous na padala nito kay Ginoong Wugi Pakala. Sabi niya dito, good day, I would like to ask Mr. Pakala this question. First, I would like to commend you for your presentation. It is really a well-studied discussion. I would just like to ask as to how the tradition of Philippine constitutionalism shifted from colonial notions, that is Spanish and American, onto a more Filipinized notions of constitutionalism, especially at the post-colonial period. Or is there a such shift? Thank you. So, Ginoong Wugi. Sir Wugi Pakala.
Hello?
Yes
So,
po.
nandito. Yung ukol dun sa question tungo sa Filipinization of the Constitution, actually, we can root it out. Parehong may Spanish and American influences ito. No? So, una muna, talakayin ko muna yung briefly sa Spanish. Actually, sila Calderon and Mabini, medyo Spanish influence ito on drafting ng Constitution. The Jones Law provided yung Filipinization in the government. So, ayun din yung isa sa mga roots of Filipinization of the Constitution. Pero yung talagang gradual o yung matindihang sa Pilipinization ng Constitution ay nangyari noong 1971 Constitutional Convention. Kasi nandoon wala ng pressure . Kasi unlike ni 1934 na hindi, pagka-plebiscite mo, kailangan pang ipasa sa President ng United States kasi treated ka sa federal state instead of an independent republic. Sa 1971, nagkaroon ng massive Filipinization dito. So, iniangkop nila ang konstitusyon sa kung ano ang meron sa sitwasyon ng Pilipino at gumamit rin sila ng reference. For example, ang favorite reference ng 1971 is Mabini. And then, Claro M. Recto. So, yun lang po yung kong very brief answer, as brief as I can on the Filipinization of the Constitution. Salamat po sa tanong.
Okay, thank you Ginoong Wugi, no. Salamat po sa iyong pagsagot. This time kay Ginoong Reginald naman po, ito ay question naman po ulit ng isang anonymous attendee. Sabi niya ho dito, do you believe that children's book, no, particularly noong na-produce, no, during the Philippine-American War, produced by the Americans are a product of exoticism and Western notions of civilization? And if there are any available data, how did the natives, no, of the time responded to those literary works? So, yun po, Mr. Reginald.
Thank you, no. Actually, basically yung mga children books talaga during that time ay Western notions of civilization. Pero gusto kong yung follow-up question kasi if there are any available data, how did the natives of the time responded to those literary works? Hindi ko siya nabanggit ata doon sa presentation ko. Pero halimbawa yung pen de Sara pen, American siya . Ngayon yung mga Filipino, hindi natin siya mabanggit ng tama. Kaya ano siya, pen de Sara pen, pen de Sara pen, knife of warehouse, how the Carabao stinky. And then dahil hindi nga natin siya mabigkas ng tama, naging pen de Sara pen, de cuchillo de almacen, how de Carabao de batu, and then, pag nakita mo, translate natin siya from English, merong Kastila, and then Filipino, di ba? Tapos, kay Mary Helen Fee, meron siyang on the woman's impression in the Philippines. Sa aklat na yun, parang diary siya ni Mary Fee. Isa siyang Thomasite. And pag nakita mo doon sa diary niya, makita mo may isang eksena doon na yung mga natives, habang tinuturuan niya, tapos na-introduce nila yung mula sa mga textbook, yung introduce sa kanila yung baseball, ang respond nila doon, daya nila, pero iba yung 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 sistema eh. Parang mga prutas yung ginamit nila. Pero mga bata lang ngayon sa kwento. So, palagay ko, ayun.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Reginald, sa iyong pagsagot. Sunod, siguro tawagin ko si Sir Jefferson Mendez. Sir Jeff, mayroon pong nagtanong dito. Galing po ito kay Ira Tuesday Plaza. Sabi niya po dito, whether Rizal wrote or did not wrote the retraction letter, what do you think is the effect on us who are in the present time of yung pagkakaroon po ng retraction letter ni Rizal? Sir Jeff?
Yeah, I think the question is really valid, especially on the idea that the youth, the generation should think about the essence of other narratives or experiences of our celebrated heroes, because most of the time, like what I mentioned earlier, we have this tendency to just glorify them and just make their experiences or accomplishment very distant from us. So it's like if we scrutinize this particular issue about Rizal, about retraction, whether he did or not retracted, I think it boosts the critical analysis of an individual in history. So it's not only about Rizal, but the other heroes as well. So if we're going to reflect on it, I think it's a sign of maturity, and it represents critical analysis to the student, because hindi lang siya nagme-memorize, hindi lang I would be happy to see people or my students to problematize this kind of issues, the historical controversies that we have in the past, based on the analysis of documents or available materials. That's why the essence of this topic is not to know whether he retracted or not, but it's to understand the materials and to find ways to access those materials and make the public, the people, especially the non-academic, to have their own judgment and to speak, to have their own judgment and to evaluate the sources itself, because yun yung mahalaga kasi nga ang daming available na sources, ang dami ring hindi, so therefore we need to root our understanding on the materials. Pero tama rin yung sinasabi ni Sir Roland Makawili kanina na we have this idea of the materiality of the sources, because it cannot speak on its own, because it's just a material, okay, like artifacts, di ba? That's why we need to to leverage on the idea of critical thinking. We need to study liberal arts, not only history. We need to have a training so that we can assess the materials, we can scrutinize the sources, whether primary or secondary, and we can put internal and external criticism. I think that's the prime goal of each and everyone today, in the onset of globalization. Thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jefferson, sa iyong pagtalakay doon po. For the last question po, para sa individual speakers po natin, kay Ginoong Roland Makawili, tanong po ito ni Sian or Sean Ostero. Sabi niya po dito, siguro kukunin natin yung isang question niya. Ayon kay C. Wright Mills, ang kasalukuyang lipunan ay matututunan sa pamamagitan ng pag-intindi nitong kasaysayan at biografiya. Kung gayon, ang kolonyal na mentalidad, kahirapan at korupsyon, halimbawa ay sistemiko, at ang kasaysayan ay tumutulong upang maintindihan natin ang mga ito. Ang kalayaang makapag-aral ng kasaysayan ay limitado pa rin po ba sa mga pamantasan at iba pang oportunidad na limitado pa rin sa mga pribilehiyo tulad ng formal na edukasyon? Kung ganoon po, paano daw po natin maipapamahagi ito, Sir Roland, yung kasaysayan sa mga minorya, may hirap, mga kabataan, mga manggagawa sa mga sa formal na pamamaraan upang iliwanag ang kalagayan ng ating lipunan, or particularly sir yung as yung perspectives, no, different perspectives dito sa revolution ng ating buhay na bunga mismo ng ating lipunan. Sir Makawili.
Thank you for wait lang, nakahiga yung aking ano. Thank you for that question. Okay. I have pointed out already sa ibang pagkakataon na ewan ko kung aayon yung iba dito. It has been my belief na walang gamit ang kasaysayan unless gamitin mo siya sa propaganda. Anyway, yung propaganda naman ay manggagaling yan sa iba't ibang uri ng tao. Pero maliwanag kung anong propaganda ang gustong paggamitan nitong nagtanong, no, si Sean. So paano ba natin ipaliliwanag yung kasaysayan sa tinatawag nating minority? Una sa lahat, of course, yung lengguwahe muna, yung isettle muna natin sa anong lengguwahe dapat iulat yung kasaysayan sa mga minorities na ito. That's number one. Tapos, number two, marami naman ng Okay. Una yung lengguwahe, isettle muna. Number two, yung avenue. Sa anong institusyon, sa anong teknolohiya, sa anong venue natin gagawin itong gawain na ito. Diyan sa pangalawa tayo may hirapan. We have to accept that. Halimbawang samantalin natin ang technology bilang lunan ng pagbabahagi ng kalamang pangkasaysayan. Ang tanong ay may kakayahan ba itong minorya, itong mga tinatawag natin na minorya na maka-access sa teknolohiya? Meron na tayo, na-settle na natin yung lengguwahe. Yung lengguwahe na gagamitin natin sa pag-uulat. Pero ang pangalawang tanong ay accessible ba para sa kanila yung lugar na paggaganapan ng pedagogy. At to tell you honestly, mahirap yung sagutin yung tanong kasi tulad ng premises mo sa itaas, structural din ang problema tungkol sa pag-access ng mga maaari nating isipin na avenue para sa pedagogy. So, yun, siguro ang isisettle muna natin sa anong munang lengguwahe natin ito iulat. Yun muna, yung technology mahirap pa kasi structural din ang problema natin dyan. So, yun yung aking sagot siguro.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Roland. I hope na tayong lahat ng mga audience ay maraming natutunan hinggil dito. So to wrap it up, no, subukan nating siguro magbigay ng kaunting mensahe yung bawat tagapagsalita, no. Siguro mga 1 minuto lamang or 1.5 minute lamang, no, para sagutin itong tanong na nakita ko, no. Yun nga, nakita ko na relevant ngayon sa panahon natin ngayon. Sabi dito, sabi ni Galvez Glendaros, no, is it worthwhile to pursue a career as a historian? What talents or skills should a historian have, and how difficult is it to become a historian? Sir Roland, gusto niyo po bang mauna, sir?
Tungkol sa ano nga yung tanong to? Yes, naaliw ako dun sa tanong.
Is it worthwhile to pursue a career as a historian, and what talents or skills should a historian have?
Yes. Ang prinsipyo naman lagi diyan the more the merrier. So kung may kagustuhan ka na napasukin ang napakasalimuot na daigdig nito, welcome to the house. Anyway, so ano yung mga kailangan na maging hindi ko siya makita para sunod-sunod ko siyang maano siguro.
Ito po, sir. I-chat ko po sa inyo. Katangian daw po Ayan po.
Ito na. Nakita ko si Gu... Okay. Chinat mo no?
Apo, sir.
Okay. Una sa lahat ay yung pagiging critical no sa pag-iisip no. Mag-uumpisa ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan, number one, sa appreciation ng anumang luma. Pero hindi naman natatapos diyan, no? Yung appreciation sa materials, no? Isa rin sa mga kailangan nating i-develop kapag tayo mag-aaral ng kasaysayan ay yung pagiging critical nga. Meron kang source. Hindi ka dapat mamangha agad na meron kang source. Kasi ito yung na nakikita ko among students sa history. Kapag may nakatagpo sila ng luma, tuwang-tuwa na parang nakahanap na sila ng ginto. Para silang nakahawak ng ginto na ito na ang tutulong sa akin para makapagbigay linaw sa isang aspeto ng kasaysayan. I think kailangan ding ma-develop sa atin yung itinuturo ng filosofiya, no? yung Cartesian doubt, no? To get tayo naman may yabang kasi ang history. Ang history daw ay patungo lagi sa pag-alam ng katotohanan. Okay, patulan natin 'yan. To get into the truth, it is necessary once in one's life to doubt of all things as long as this is possible. Meaning to say, mayroon kang source, pero wag mo paniwalaan 'yon agad. Pagdudahan mo agad 'yon. Okay? Pagdudahan mo siya. Okay? Now, yung pagdududa, ang kasunod doon ay yung kaalaman din sa metodolohiya. At doon medyo may ilang technicalities kang dapat pag-aralan diyan. No? So, hanggang sa mauwi ka sa punto na hindi mo na pagdududahan pa yung dokumento o yung source mo. Okay? So, yun. Ang una na dapat nating i-develop ay una yung appreciation ng nakaraan, pangalawa yung critical thinking skills. No? Tungkol naman sa aspeto ng ekonomiya, ano ba yung may dudulot sa atin financially ng pagiging history major? Well, malawak naman na ang industriya na pwedeng pasukan ng isang history major. Nandiyan yung pagtuturo, nandiyan yung mga cultural agencies, nandiyan yung mga research institutions na nangailangan ng mga historiador sa kanilang mga endeavor. So kung may calling ka sa pag-aaral ng kasaysayan, i-pursue mo na. Kukunti lang tayo sa Pilipinas, so paramihin natin ang ating bilang. Pero dapat handa tayo sa mga nabanggit ko, pagiging yung appreciation sa nakaraan. At syempre yung handa ka rin na i-develop yung critical thinking na kailangan sa pag-aaral ng kasaysayan. Kasi may mga parang kabuten na nagsisilitawan na nagsasabi na they are experts in history and yet they lack critical thinking, no? Na basta may makitang source agad-agad pinaniniwalaan. Luma kasi. So ito na ang nagsasabi ng katotohanan dahil luma. Hindi po ganun. So we need to develop that. So yun lamang, Nico. I think may masasabi ang ating mga kasama dito.
Yes po. Thank you, Sir Roland. Sir Jeff, sa'yo po, sir. Is it worthwhile? Sige po, sir.
Yeah, I can read the question posted by, what's her name again?
Galvez, Glenda Rose po.
Thanks, Galvez, for the question. Paano ba to? Of course, I would be very biased to say that studying history today is really relevant or important. But like what Sir Roland mentioned, by the way, Sir Roland was my former professor at PUP. Nice to see you again, sir. It's really challenging. But the thing is, today more than ever, we need to learn from the liberal arts, especially from the past, in order to stay intact or grounded from our roots. I'm talking about our identity, because as as the world becomes smaller because of technology, okay, the reach of globalization is really massive because of the technological advances of artificial intelligence, di ba? Nabanggit ko kanina yung idea ng Cambridge Analytica, how the elite hired people or paid people in order to create algorithm or technology that can, you know, distort the past. I think it's really relevant to have a historical understanding, not necessarily the degree. Okay, because we have that idea. If you have the degree, you're already a historian. Or if you have the title, yeah, Filipinos are very, are very fond of titles. I think it's one of our cultural handicaps that we always want to attach second name or titles, attorney, PhD, after our names. I think it's not about that. It's more of the training, the methods. If you understand the training, the methods, the basics of history, I think that's more important to survive the coming years. Why? Because today it's about we don't have a formal definition of a historian, a sociologist, anthropologist, a medical doctor, because anyone can be through technology, right? Just watch YouTube, the vloggers that we have right now. It's not only in the Philippines but all over the world. Why? It's because of the massive impact brought by technology, because anyone can subscribe, can share, can create his or her own content. So what we need to have is, a two-way security, one from the one who create the story, the creator, and another one from those who receive it. And that is critical understanding of the basic tenets of social sciences, liberal arts, or history. So dun dapat magsimula the training. Hindi naman kailangan ng 4-year degree, but improve your reading skills, be vigilant on the information being shared. And I think it's a big help. Hindi naman natin kailangan ng maraming historian. Like what my advocacy is right now, the kind of status quo that we have today, I think it's because of hardcore academic history, anthropology, sociology, science that we have in the Philippines. Okay, it's not engaging to the entire public. Okay, walang conversation na nagaganap because it's always about the boundaries of universities or the academia na hindi napapababa sa grassroots level. So what we need to have is an engaging public, a participative and functioning members of the society, and that is most of the population, kasi ang daming napag-iiwanan na tayo actually. So another point is I think the curiosity, or what you call this, the knowledge about the past, it's really relevant for today, because yung kind of education na meron tayo, it's more of skill-based education or curriculum na we're expecting our graduates to just receive work, to become employee, and to go abroad and to serve other countries. I think by having an interest on history, it will boost our identity as a Filipino people, as well as our nationalist and patriotic sentiments about our country. So yeah, it's really important to have that kind of interest, but not necessarily enroll yourselves in a BA history degree. Okay, just earn the skills, curiosity, perseverance, and perseverance, and maybe what you call this, I think sobrang halaga ngayon yung meron kang knowledge about IT, computer science, coding, and because that's how you will communicate or what you call this, package your stories or content and knowledge about the past, so that grounded yung stories mo sa authenticity, credibility, and reliability from the sources, from the materials. So yeah, that's my advice for the answer.
Thank you, Sir Jefferson. So, thank you po. Siguro for different question po para sa wrap up po ng two speakers po natin, si Sir Reginald po. Sabi po dito ni Shannon Perez po, how do you think that with the fast-paced world we are living where the use of technology is massive, medyo related ito sa sinabi ni Sir Jeff, and pandemic hit where that lead in a limited resources, how do you think this will affect us, the youth, in learning important historical events? Sir Reginald, in 1.5 minute po.
Maikli lang, may mga sobrang hirap ngayong pandemic mag-aral, lalo na sa online learning, at alam yun at batid nating lahat, lalo na karamihan dito mga estudyante. Pero sa palagay ko, hindi naman doon matatapos yung interest natin sa kasaysayan. Kung may interest ka, naririyan yung sobrang open ng sources, pero hindi naman lahat dyan sa internet din tama at maganda yung sources. So, tama yung mga binanggit nila Sir Jeff, nila Sir Makawili, na magiging critical tayo pagdating doon sa kasaysayan. Kasi naririyan lang yung internet, naririyan lang yung mga sources, bukas siya at anytime pwede natin makita. Sabi nga ni Sir Jeff kanina, may YouTube or any reference tayo. Pero actually, yung mga reference na makikita natin dito ngayong pandemic, lalo na sa internet, kailangan natin ganimitan ng panunuri at saka critical. Sige, tingin ko yun lang.
Thank you, Sir Reginald po, sa iyong sagot. Sir Wugi, for the last question po.
Sa akin ano lang to pragmatic approach eh. So since naka-pandemya tayo ngayon, no, marami namang info available on the internet. For example, nandiyan yung catalog ng National Archives. Hindi pa natin ma-access physically yun, but siguro for now, if you really have the interest, i-file nyo muna. No, i-file, take note, and then after pandemic, puntahan nyo na. Para hindi na kayo magtatanong doon sa archivist because you have the catalog on hand. No? Kasi medyo iba yung masalimuot ang state of preservation natin eh. So kung anong catalog meron sa internet, yun muna ang gamitin natin. No? Para maging practical lang din after pandemic, go. Kung may drive ka to study history, walang makapipigil sa'yo. Yun lang ang masabi. Kahit pandemya, hindi ka mapipigilan dyan. Kasi maraming paraan. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Sir Rugi. Maraming salamat po sa inyong apat sa paglalahad ng pagbabahagi ng inyong mga interest or inyong mga subject po, no? At sa lahat ng nagtanong, sa lahat ng audience po natin, maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig, sa inyong kuryosidad, at syempre hindi matatapos ang webinar na ito nang hindi natin iginagawad ang ating pasasalamat sa kanila. Subalit bago yan, muli nating pinasasalamatan ang National Commission for Culture and the Arts, no, NCCA, para sa kanilang pagsuporta sa webinar na ito. So unang certificate ay kay Ginoong Wugi Pakala. Ang sertipiko ng pasasalamat ay ipinagkakaloob kay Ginoong Wugi Pakala, T. Pakala, bilang pagkilala sa kanya natatangi at mahalagang paglilingkod bilang tagapagsalita ng webinar na pinamagatang Ibáyo, webinar hinggil sa Engkuwentro at Karanasang Pilipino-Amerikano at Nagtutunggaling Pananaw sa Kasaysayang Pilipino, na inorganisa ng Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management at College of Arts and Sciences ng Lyceum of the Philippines, University, Manila, kasama ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts noong Hulyo 3, 2021 mula 1:00 ng hapon hanggang 5:00 ng hapon. Pinagkaloob ngayong 3 ng Hulyo 2021 sa Zoo. Pirmado ni na Dr. Joseph C. Francisco, Dean, College of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Abigail F. Carlos, Program Head, Department of Social Sciences and Legal Management, at ni Miss Jennifer D. Tukwi, OIC for Academic Affairs. Pareho din po ang ibinigay natin kay Ginoong Reginald Reginaldo. Ganun din po kay Ginoong Jefferson Mendez at kay Ginoong Roland Makawili. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga tagapagsalita. Upang upang magbigay ng kanyang pagbubuod at pangwakas sa pananalita. Narito si Dr. Angelita Damilig, guro sa DSSLM. Dr. Damilig.
Okay. Nakikita na po ba ako?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, po.
Okay. Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Nico Ramos. Ito po ay hindi para magbigay buod kasi parang nagkaroon na po ata ng information overload sa dami po ng ating mga natutunan ngayong hapon na to. Kaya ang akin pong sasabihin po ngayon sa maikling pananalita ng pagtatapos ay pagpapasalamat sa mga bumuo sa webinar po na ito. Unang-una na po sa atin pong mga dalugurong nagpaunlak sa atin pong sa ating paanyaya kay Ginoong Wogi Pakala, Ginoong Reginald Rehinaldo, Ginoong Roland Makawili at ang atin pong Ginoong Jefferson Mendez na kapwa rin pong guro na nagtuturo po dito sa Lyceum of the Philippines University, Manila. Marami pong salamat, gawa po ang dami nyo pong binahagi po sa amin mga karunungan at mga pamamaraan na mas maging makubuluhan at mas magaling po ang pag-iinterpreta ng hindi lamang po kami, kapwa nyo pong mga guro, kundi po sa atin pong mga estudyanteng nandito po sa atin pong webinar na ito. Kaya marami pong salamat po sa inyo at sana po sa mga susunod po naming imbitasyon ay pauunlakan nyo po muli kami. Ganon din po ang pagpapasalamat sa pagsuporta po ng isa sa mga pambansang komisyon, ang NCCA o ang National Commission for Culture and the Arts, sa kanilang pagiging mapagbigay sa ngalan po ng pagpapaunlad ng ating sining at kalinangan sa atin pong kasaysayan. Sa atin pong mga dumalong mga estudyante, kapwa guro at mga bisita, kami rin po ay nagagalak sa inyo pong pagtugon sa amin pong imbitasyon na makasama po namin kayo sa webinar po na ito. Nawa po sana kami po ay nakapagbahagi ng mga kwentong may saysay, hindi lamang po para sa realisasyon sa ating mga sarili, kundi po para sa realisasyon sa atin pong minamahal na bansa. Ganon din po, nawa rin po sana ang kasaysayan ay hindi dapat po magresulta sana sa tinatawag natin na pagkakabahabahagi or fragmentation, bagkus ang resulta po sana ng atin pong pag-aaral ng kasaysayan ay more on defragmentation po o ang tinatawag po nating connection para po sa pagsulong ng ating inang bayan. Hayaan niyo po sana na ako po'y mag-iwan ng mga katanungan sa hapon na ito para atin pong sagutin. Ginawa ba tayo ng kasaysayan? O gumagawa pa ba tayo ng kasaysayan? So kung ano man po ang ating maging sagot dyan, batid ko po na sana'y makilahok pa rin tayo sa paghubog ng ating kasaysayan. Muli, marami pong salamat at sana po ay makasama po muli kayo sa amin pong panghuling webinar sa susunod po na Sabado, July 10, 2021 at ito naman po ay pinamagatang Talas at Talab sa pagpapalaya sa haraya ni Dr. Jose Protasio Rizal. Muli, marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Angel, Dr. Damilig, sa iyong magandang pangwakas sa pananalita. Muli, inaanyayahan namin kayo, gaya ng sinabi ni Dr. Damilig, sa Hulyo 10 sa Sabado next week para sa isa namang makabuluhang pagtalakay sa buhay ni Rizal. Ngayon, hindi matatapos ang lugar na ito. Muli ang webinar na ito, ako si Nico J.B. Ramos, ang inyong naging tagapagpadaloy ngayong araw. Mula sa aming departamento, kolehiyo at pamantasan, lubos kaming nagpapasalamat sa mga nakibahagi sa webinar na ito, sa mga komite at sa iba pa at sa mga tagapagsalita, sa inyong audience sa NCCA. Maraming salamat sa mga dumalo At bago tayo magkahiwa-hiwalay ay awitin muna natin ang himno ng PUP. Maraming salamat po. Mahal natin ang Lyceum. Thank you po sa pagdalo. Pwede po ba